Hello everyone, Merry Christmas. How's it going? What's up? I hope you're having a good weekend after Christmas. You didn't die. Thank you everyone. Hello, Mr. Taco. Hello, Harmless. Hello, Bug. Hello, Camilla. And hello, Willow. Welcome. Uh, oh man, I have a bunch of stuff that I need to say right now because I'm gonna forget. Let's see, where do I start? First of all, well, I already said the Christmas thing. Merry Christmas and all that. Um, and whatnot. Very, very jolly of my part to talk about it that way. Um, Hang on, I'm looking at my flashcards that I have for this presentation. So, okay, the first topic here is I need to clarify something about my internet situation because I feel like there's gonna be a rumor spreading around that is incorrect of what is currently going on. So where do we start from here? Let's see. I think I need to start from way back, like several months ago. So, like half a year ago, I was living in a different place. It was basically in this same location, but in a different apartment, because this is an apartment complex. And so I was living in a different one. And yeah, it all started when I was born. And so I had a different internet there, right? And then I had to move to a different one. And around that time, my parents also moved to this city. Well, town, it's not a city. We are living in the country here, there's no cities. Hello, Chillin' the Foe. And so they moved to an. They have like a. They're making a house. But they don't, but the house isn't finished yet, so in the meantime they're living in these apartments as well. And so around the same time I'm moving apartments and we end up like within very very close proximity, like they live upstairs from me. And so we went like, oh, okay, let's instead of having to get a whole new internet service, let's just share the same service. And so since the apartment upstairs already has like the whole installation thing, it was a lot easier to just get the service there. Hello, Croax. Welcome. And so that's when my struggles began with the internet. Because we've been sharing internet since then, and you know, the installation is further away from my place. And then I got a thing that bounces the signal better, so that's how we escape from the kitchen arc. So okay, so having established that, currently they're actually finally moving to their actual house because it's almost finished, and they can actually inhabit it. So they're like, okay, well, we need to cancel the internet service and we need to open another one for your place. And the idea was that mine was gonna get installed before theirs was uninstalled. Uh, but at the same time, they were getting the one on the new house installed. So it turns out that the guy who was coming to install the internet on the new house arrived earlier than what we planned for. And so they installed the service, but the thing is, when you install a service with the same, like, you know, the same contract and everything as the other place you were in, the other place doesn't have internet anymore. So that's why we didn't have internet for 3 days. long story, long story, I know, but that's the reason we didn't have internet. It wasn't because the internet was bad or it wasn't an accident or, you know, we were having issues or anything. It just happened that way. And the reason I have internet now is because my service actually got installed. So we're back to having internet. And now it's in my apartment, so I don't have to deal with the whole signal thing. However, the internet is still not great because I'm pretty sure the reason the internet is bad is because I'm sharing bandwidth with two smart TVs, and those things, I'm pretty sure those things are very big bandwidth hogs. Guys, remember when TVs didn't use internet? Remember when TVs just used the fucking cable that came out from the wall and that was it? And you didn't have to worry about any of that other stuff? Uh, and they have to use the Wi-Fi, yeah. Yeah. But anyways, they're moving in like 3 days, so it won't be an issue. Hopefully. I mean, whenever I do like one of those streams where I go, oh, let's do a follower special, and it's like a 12-hour long stream and there's barely any hiccups on the stream, it's because my family isn't at home, so I get to have all the internet for myself. So I'm like, okay, so it works fine when I'm the only one using it. It's the smart TVs that are causing me trouble. It will destroy your speed and you will like it. Yeah. Okay, so that was the first thing, and I feel like it was the most important. Because I didn't want people to show up with pitchforks going, why is the internet of this streamer not working? What is wrong with you? We're gonna destroy your whole institution and all that stuff. I didn't want any harassment campaigns on the ISP. Because, poor guys. The poor ISP provider, the little guy, does not deserve that.
Not look good.
Okay, the other thing is way shorter. The other thing is just gonna acknowledge. Oh yeah, yeah. The other thing is just tied to the fact that I didn't have internet for 3 days. One is that I was like, oh, okay, I don't need internet. I can just play Skunk for 3 days. This game never ends, so it's fine. I can just play it, and I'll probably not even finish it by the time the 3 days are over. And so I load up Steam and I try to start it, and the Steam gives me the message that tells me that it's gonna kill me if I run the game because cloud saves. And it's like, do you want me to kill you? Do you want me to destroy your life? And I'm like, no. And so I didn't play Skong because I was scared that the Steam was gonna kill me if I played Skong offline. uh, and the other thing that I did instead, since I couldn't play Skong and I didn't have internet, uh, I I wrote I wrote some of the visual novel, and it is actually the last thing and the reason why I started late, because um, the last thing that I did in writing the thing is that I decided that I needed to write another scene where characters are just hanging out, which in my experience, in my personal experience, that is the hardest type of scene to write because it's really, really difficult to not make it boring. Because it's like, well, yeah, it is like, in a very meta sort of sense, yes, it is a filler scene, but you can't make it a filler scene because otherwise it's boring, and at that point, why did you even put it there? So you need to make it good, so it doesn't feel like a filler scene. And so I started doing that, and I was like, well, I kind of have a little bit of inspiration right now, so I guess I'm just gonna write the whole thing. Which isn't a whole lot because my scenes are super short. It's only like a little bit over 1,000 words. And yeah, I didn't want to put it off because I know for a fact that if I put it off, I'm just gonna drag this scene out for like 3 weeks, like not advancing at all. So I just did it. Like, okay, we can just start 30 minutes later. That'll even help the internet get better. And yeah, we don't have any drop frames yet, so yeah, there you go. Oh, fuck, no, there was another thing I needed to acknowledge. Fuck, I forgot. And I need to set it up, too. People on the Discord might know what I'm talking about. So, one of the bots, because I didn't have internet for 3 days, I wasn't able to access my, you know, my creator dashboard that lets me look at all my bots and export them and all that stuff. So during that time, one of my bots got deleted. You know which bot got deleted? The fucking final stream of Fumineko episode 1. Of all streams, it had to be that one. I was like, no, why? Why? And so we did some brainstorming, and we came up with the big solution, where I was like, oh man, I kind of want to do the stream again now. But I can't justify it. Because the only people that would show up to watch are the people that have already been here. So that's the problem. Okay, there we go. We're just gonna set it up. There we go. There, boom, boom, it's done. Okay. So what I decided to do is that we set up a challenge that lasts for a whole month. And I believe the points should be limited per stream, because that's just apparently a built-in feature that you cannot change. So nobody's allowed to just one guy the whole thing. Nobody can just go, oh, I have 100,000 points. I'm just gonna put them all in right now. I believe the system doesn't allow you to do that. And so if the goal gets met, I have to do the stream again. It does not. I think it's a good thing. I think it's good that it does not do it, because it is called a community challenge. It is not called a... You know, it is not just the goal that you want to meet. It is a goal that you want to meet by a group, specifically, not by a single person. Where's the goal to the second half of Bobo? You're gonna have to talk to Bug about that one. Okay, Mr. Taco, I legit thought you were talking about another Bobo. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe someday. Because actually, I don't know if you know this, Mr. Taco. At least partially, the reason Bobo is called Bobo in Custom Robo is because I was thinking about Bobo the cat, which is like a video game that Bombix Bog famously played. Legendary stream series. Who isn't thinking about Boba, right? Especially now that apparently Metroid Prime 4 is flopping. More people are thinking about Bobo the cat. Hello, Q, and thank you for pitching in to the stream challenge. Okay, now with all that stuff out of the way, this is probably the longest I've spoken before starting the video game ever. We can start with the game. Here we go. Check it out. Slowly, very, very slowly. Extremely slowly. Or maybe someday. Let's see. Hideyoshi's claim that... Okay. Hang on. One more thing. Croax. This is the second episode of Umineko. Right? We're done with the first one. Just to give you a very, very... Oh yeah, this is fan art. You haven't seen it, right? It's from Happy Toaster. Yeah, this is episode 2. We're done with episode 1. So the thing about episode 2, and the thing that we were hiding throughout the entirety of episode 1, and how the length of episode 1 contributes to the entire story. So, you know, I don't know if you made it that far in episode 1, but people started getting murdered. And, we never found out who killed all the people. It was all being attributed to this witch who was alluded to in the beginning of the story, right here. Who is now in the bios, by the way, because she's an actual character now. And by the end of episode 1, nobody survived. Everyone died. And the only reason that we know about the events of the story is because everything was written in a note inside a bottle and was found in the middle of the sea. Or was it washed out in the beach? Probably. And that's how everyone found out about the events of episode 1. But then in like the after party of episode 1, where all the characters are like, oh, it's really funny that all this happened, and we never actually solved the mystery, and we never found out where the gold is. It's like, oh, well, I guess the witch did it, whatever. But then this fucker right here, this guy, was like, no, what do you mean? It wasn't a witch. That's bullshit. Witches aren't real. And it's like, no, Valor, you can't say that. And then the witch actually showed up and it's like, what the fuck do you mean I'm not real? Yeah? Okay, you think I'm not real? Fuck you. We're just gonna start over. And episode 2 is basically... We're doing it all again. Everything that happened in episode 1, we're doing it again. We're back to the first day of the family reunion. Nobody remembers what happens. And... You know... Things are changing a little bit in the story. As you can see. This episode is called Turn of the Golden Witch because this is now considered a game that we're playing. And it is currently the witch's turn. And so she's done a lot of stuff to change the trajectory of the story. For starters, she's an actual character in the story. She actually showed up in the islands. And like 2 or 3 people already met her. And she's currently staying in the VIP room. The host and the hostess of the reunion did not know that she was showing up. And nobody told them until dinner time. And she was like, why are you serving dinner for another person? And it's like, oh yeah, you know, there's another guest. The witch, she's currently at the VIP room. She asked for her dinner to be served there. And they're like, what the fuck? And now all the brothers are working together to find out what is going on. Because this witch threatens to take away all their inheritance money if things go bad. Okay. So she can reset reality? Yeah. She can reset at least this current reality that we're living in. The family reunion. Okay, with that out of the way, we continue. It says, Hideyoshi's claim that advertising double the taste was apparently right. After being chased out to the guest house, the kids and Nanjo had gathered in the cousin room and were eating the cake that Kumasawa had brought for dessert. It was both wonderful and high class, topped with lavish amounts of cream and decorated deliciously with fruits. But delicious as it was, it didn't taste quite as good for some reason. Without Gora-san selling it, it isn't nearly as good. And if we ask Kumasawa-san to sell it, he'd just say it's made of mackerel. Oh? Really? You can make cake from mackerel? Oh, and currently I'm suffering because there's 19 characters. And I'm really struggling spinning the plates, remembering how I voiced every one of them. Oh, absolutely. And as you can see with this very cake, if you mix the squeezed juice of mackerel with flour and eggs before cooking, it comes out all fluffy. That'd be incredible if true. Maybe mackerel cake will show up on the new menu at one of Father's restaurants. After all, mackerel full of nutrients and sounds healthy. It might get really popular with women and the elderly. And saying that this guy's the writer of the new signing, and that people like it too. Even though it's a parry slop game. But I'm not gonna get anywhere near it. Girls won't eat something that weird. I like this statement. This is a very exaggerated statement. Not just me, girls in general. Nobody will eat this. No girl. Even the elderly would wish to decline. Crow dodged all the action in episode 1. Yeah? He's the lucky one. Girls only eat normal food, yes. But it's delicious, you know? Kumasawa was really cheering up the mood with her classic mackerel jokes. But the sound of the downpouring rain kept turning their attention towards the mystery guest. Let's see if Croat can keep avoiding the action. Yeah, that's right. You can't say magic is real. In the end, they showered Maria with questions again, since she was the only person here to have met Beatrice. I still need to set up the fucking... like, the thing I want to set up where people need to vote on who their current favorite characters are. I think what I'm gonna do is, like... I'm gonna ask... who are your 3 favorite characters? And I'm also gonna ask for your 3 least favorite characters. I know who's at the bottom right now. I know who's at the bottom right now, and her name starts with R. Who could it be? Who could it be? Do I have a big cool New Year's Eve stream plans? No. No. Mr. Taco, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm suffering. I've not allowed myself to play anything aside from this until I finish Shin Megami Tensei. Because otherwise, I'm never gonna finish Shin Megami Tensei. I need to put myself in the Torment Nexus to finish it. I don't know any of their names. Okay, Croax. Let me tell you. It's fucking Rosa. Rosa has earned the title of least favorite characters, and it was a hard-won fight. But she's remained undefeated for quite some time. There's been a few title defenses, and she just keeps winning. And it's always by KO. And oh my god, I just noticed the fucking pun that I made. Sorry, I'm sorry. Crux, if you're wondering why she's everyone's least favorite character, she frequently has done it 4 times now. Uh, done, has beaten up her daughter. You might remember this from the first stream. Well, she's still doing it, and she's doing it way more on this on this episode. I can't believe she was actually telling the truth. You make it sound like, though you've never believed it, this Maria meets a witch business isn't news to you. Yeah. I thought it was just one of those fairy tales you'd expect from a dreamy kid that age. She's like if Glimmer, but if Catra wasn't there to make any sort of competition. So it's like, no, yeah, she's always gonna be the worst one. She exists! Beatrice exists! Every year when we come to the family conference, I meet her and we play together. That's right. Although Beatrice-sama doesn't usually show herself, I hear she sometimes unexpectedly appears before honest people with clean hearts. Beatrice referred to that character in the fairy tale about the rokkenjima witch. To keep Kinzo in a good mood, the family and servants acted as though they believed in the witch of his delusions. That's how Rokkenjima's fairy tale, or maybe ghost story, had come into being. To the family members who knew that backstory, the fairy tale of the Golden Witch wasn't something to be taken too seriously. However, they were never able to say that out loud in front of Kinzo. Because of that, the legend of the witch carried a lot of more weight to someone young like Maria, who didn't know the story of how it had come into being. That's why Maria believed in the legend of the witch. She accepted it entirely. That was only natural for an imaginative girl who believed in witches. So people had avoided saying things that would betray her dream. On the contrary, they had worked together to say and do things that would help living up her dreams without her knowing. So when Maria-chan was showing us that candy that supposedly came from Beatrice, I figured someone suddenly slipped it into her handbag. I have done some similar things a few times in the past, secretly placing sweets somewhere. I imagine even Kumasawa-san, or rather, all of the servants and everyone in the Yoshinomiya family has done it once or twice. So, if it'll make a small innocent kid happy, we might place a sweet somewhere and have everyone join in on keeping the secret alive for her. Come to think of it, I'll bet you do that kind of thing all the time, George Aniki. Who knows? It'd probably be Boris to admit to such a thing out loud. George admitted while being extremely wary that Maria didn't find out. In other words, it's kind of like Santa Claus. To protect the kid's dreams, the parents plot together and lie, certain presents at the bedside of a child fast asleep. After all, you want to protect the kid's dreams, right? Obviously, I've known Santa doesn't exist for a long time now. But if there's no reason to wake up from a dream like that, I wish I could have believed it all my life. Because adults know that the world is filled with terrible things. They all want to at least protect the pure dreams of a child. Did you know, in my family, this is probably a custom, not in every single Mexican house, but there are several places where instead of Santa bringing you presents, it was Jesus who brought you presents, because you know Christmas is about Jesus, so it still makes sense. It actually makes more sense than what goes on with the other myth. And as a kid, I would like watch, the Christmas specials with Santa Claus and all that stuff. And my conclusion back then, when I still believed in those things, was that well, you see, it's Santa, but only for Americans. It's like a regional thing. Oh, Beatrice exists. Exists. Yes, she does. Beatrice-sama does exist, right? Some time ago, when I was drying mackerel to make some black tea, suddenly... Well, it basically goes something like that. Supposedly, at least. So, simply put, this was supposed to be a witch that no one but Maria believed in. I wouldn't phrase it quite like that. The point isn't that we didn't believe. We were all trying to give her a chance to believe. So, this is about not betraying a child's innocence. But Santa doesn't exist in reality. If you don't want kids to be all disappointed when they learn the truth, you'd be better off not showing them that dream in the first place. Yeah. Is the fact that I think like this proof that I'm still a long way from becoming a full adult? The true nature of the rokkenjima witch was finally starting to take shape in battlers' minds. However, their current situation overrode this understanding. And in fact, it completely overturned its very premise. So, we thought we knew what was going on, but now Beatrice-sama the witch has actually appeared in reality. Is that it? And judging by how freaked our parents were, it looks like she wasn't an invited guest. Uninvited. Now it's starting to get interesting. There's no reason for us to simply assume that a woman called Beatrice doesn't exist. It's what Uncle Rudolph called the devil's proof. None of us knew that a woman calling herself Beatrice existed. But that's not the same as proving that Beatrice doesn't exist. Dr. Nanjo, you've been friends with grandfather for a long time, right? At one point, during the family conference, I was questioned quite thoroughly by Krausan and the others. They wanted to know if, long ago, Kinso-san might have had a mistress called Beatrice, and an illegitimate child with her. I get it. Our parents have their head full with the inheritance problem. So of course, if the daughter of a mistress like that showed up, it'd be troublesome for them. Krausan and the rest probably asked Genji-san about it first. However, Genji-san is an aide who's sworn loyalty to Kinso-san, and is probably a friend more trusted by Kinso-san than myself. I doubt they told him anything. So next, they went to ask me, as an old friend of his. And? Did grandfather have a lover called Beatrice, Dr. Nanjo? He did. No. I have never met her. However, I have heard from Kinso-san that he had a relationship with a woman like that. He said she passed away a very long time ago. She's dead. So, did the two of them have a kid? That I do not know. But Kinso-san always says that reviving Beatrice is the goal of his research. Usually, if one loses a mistress but has a child left behind to remember them by, they pull all of their love onto that child. Therefore, we naturally assume that there was no such child between Kinso-san and Beatrice. Hmm? So that leaves us with another devil's proof. Yeah, it's impossible to prove that a child between him and the mistress didn't exist. You could resent said. That's... You would never resent a child. You would never resent a child. For the parent they lost and is no longer with you. So now this child has actually appeared, we have to assume she did exist after all. That's a bit of a rushed argument. It's more realistic that someone caught wind of the trouble with usually a family inheritance, knew about grandfather's relationship with mistress long ago, and impersonated her, trying to take a slice of inheritance for themselves. Sure, that's realistic, but we can't deny the possibility that she really is an illegitimate child. One who lived in isolation, forgotten by grandfather, and who's returned for revenge, right? Revenge? What do you mean? Sorry. Guys just like to dramatize stuff to make it sound interesting, just like girls don't like eating mackerel cakes. I've seen too many weird dramas. Normally that might have come off as a light joke, but the joke had landed after an uninvited mystery guest calling herself Beatrice had marched in on the day of the family conference where the bloody argument that the inheritance had become took center stage. What the fuck are they talking? They don't know, Croax. They don't know because they've also been reversed in time. They've forgotten everything. So, for all we know, the witch reversing time is also bullshit. We don't know. And as I said, this was all being told from a message in a bottle. So who's to say this is not another message in a bottle? We don't know. There was no way Battler's joke would be welcomed with laughter. The joke did not land, Battler. It was a dud. And then Battler goes, "It's just jokes, guys. It's just jokes, folks." So it was a really big help when Nanjo laughed brightly to calm everyone down. I see. That does sound quite intriguing. I would love to read a novel with a plot like that. Well, I don't think it would actually work. After all, right now, on this island, there's 1, 2, 3... of all 18 people, right? If anyone tries to do something weird, they'll immediately get caught. No, don't listen to Mr. Taco Battler. You need to double down on the bad jokes. You need to force people to like them. And if they don't like them, it's their problem. And if anyone tries to do something weird, they'll immediately get caught. And thanks to the typhoon, they can't even leave the islands. So notice how Battler is saying there's 18 people, even though we've already established that there's 19 people. He's insistent on this point. In other words, if you try to commit some crazy crime, you'd be screwed. I agree. In a dead end without any way to escape, and in a situation where everyone's really suspicious of her, I seriously doubt she could pull off a terrifying revenge drama like that. Probably not. In that case, I would be more... She's the Zaman candidate. Oh, okay. It would be more realistic if she had a common secret, without making her presence known. I simply cannot imagine someone appearing openly to take revenge outside of some historical drama. Well, who knows, right? Revenge is based on emotion, not logic. If you got someone willing to go down along with their opponents, they might not be afraid of anything, not even the police or large numbers of people. It's okay, Jessica-chan. None of the disturbing things we're imagining will happen. Like the battle royale between our parents over the inheritance isn't disturbing. That's right. Dad and Uncle Rudolph are pretty tough, and Aunt Mavis even trained in the martial arts. We'll be fine. Yeah. Jessica didn't say it out loud, but she'd vaguely noticed that her own father stood in opposition to all the other siblings on the inheritance issue. They usually played nice in front of the children, but when that pretense was lifted away, like it had been at dinner, the result would be a tumultuous uproar. Everyone lost their shit earlier when they found out about Beatrice, because it's like, what the fuck do you mean there's another person here? They're gonna try to take all the money. Stop them. Stop them. Kill them. Kill them. And then they had to go, oh wait, the children are still here. Can you go? Can you go to your rooms, please? We got some talking to do. After realizing this, it was only natural for Jessica to be frightened at the thought that her parents might get caught up in some kind of trouble and become human sacrifices for something terrifying. Seriously, George Aniki's right. Nothing's gonna happen. Even if she pretends she's a witch, what can a single human woman who can't even use magic do? That's what I'm saying. The sudden, creepy laugh made all of them jump. And when they realized the strange laugh was coming from Maria, they were shocked again. I see. So that's how you see it, Battler. What is? Don't laugh all creepy like that. You accept Beatrice's existence for now. At least you accept her as the 19th person and a guest. But that's all, right? You don't accept that the 19th person, Beatrice, is a witch, right? Huh? Of all crazy things to say. Of course that's what I think. Witches couldn't possibly exist. The only possibility is that she's a human woman claiming to be a witch. Hmm? Isn't that odd, Battler? That's the devil's proof, isn't it? Of course witches don't exist. But just because you've never met a witch, that doesn't mean you've proven that witches don't exist, right? That's right. You're not wrong there. Can't prove that witches don't exist. However, even if I can't prove it, I can claim it. I claim that witches don't exist. Why? How can you claim that witches don't exist, even though you can't prove it? Because things like that don't exist. So that's QED. You finish your proof without any evidence or basis. Now there's a typical case of the ignorant willfully ignoring the shallowness of their own knowledge. A reckless suspension of thoughts. Then there's only one way to resolve this, Maria. The witch's side needs to show some proof themselves. It's the devil's proof again. If you bring me a devil, we can end this right now. In this case, we can just get this woman calling herself Beatrice to display some wonderful, magnificent magics like the twinkling stars. All she has to do now is show us something that's impossible for humans, right? Come now, you two. Please settle down. Kumasawa noticed that the atmosphere between them was getting worse and tried to calm them. It seemed as though Battler quickly realized that he wasn't acting like an adult. But Maria's expression didn't loosen. As she laughed, he's debating a 9-year-old. He's so awesome. As she laughed creepily, she kept staring at Battler. You quit it too, Maria. Let's get back in a good mood, okay? If that's what you want, Beatrice will definitely show you. Something impossible for humans. When she does, you'll believe too, okay? You'll believe in Beatrice. Sure. If she lets me have a look, I'll believe. It's a chess debate between the witch and you, Battler. If you get checkmated, you'll believe in the witch. Oh, I like the way you put that. The witch shows her magic. My king is put into check. I quibble, saying it'd be possible to reproduce her feat using measures even a human could take, and my king escapes. Failing to do that would be checkmate. So that's a pretty... we learned in this episode that actually Beatrice was trapped in the island by Kinzo. Because Kinzo was using his occult knowledge to, like, seal a witch. And that's how he convinced her to give him all the money. And basically all she's doing right now is to try to undo the binding spell to escape. Failing to do that would be checkmate, so that's a pretty good analogy. I'm not trying to defend Beatrice. I'm trying to make you hate Kinzo more. just to make this clear. I'm putting my finger on the scale, but it's on this scale, not on this other scale. Battler. In chess, you and your opponent have pieces that move in the same way. So you can predict your opponent's moves. But you know what? What you aren't expecting is that your opponent's pieces might be able to move in ways far stranger than yours. You've simply assumed that, since witches must not exist, the movements of Beatrice's pieces will obviously be the same as your own. But you know what? Sorry, Battler, but your chess partner isn't human. She's a witch. She can move her pieces in ways that humans can't. Right now, your understanding is flawed. Battler, you like Aunt Kiria's chessboard thinking, right? Yeah? I like this style of thinking, where you stand in your opponent's shoes. And that's why you'll get stuck. Even though your opponent is a witch, you won't accept it. So you can't understand the moves a witch might make, and your chessboard thinking won't work. Your knowledge of your opponent is mistaken. The very first premise of chessboard thinking is broken down. So that's your game. You cannot win chess against a witch. That's right. You got it. She's doing Oppenheimer style. I don't know what happened after that. Debating a 9-year-old and losing. Oh no. It's not looking good, guys. We servants were strictly ordered not to approach the dining room. I see. So, Shannon, have you ever met this person called Beatrice before? I don't know. She's lying, by the way. We know that she's lying. Because she has met the witch before. Several times, even. She made a pact with the witch. So that she would be allowed to fall in love with George. So we know for a fact that she's lying. That was a slightly odd way to say it. It didn't quite sound as she was saying her memory was hazy. For For us servants, Beatrice-sama is the second master of this mansion. Some people say that we've spread that rumor because of the master's influence. But even when I just started working here, the story of Beatrice-sama was already being whispered of. I've heard about it before. If you don't show her respect, you'll get cursed, and at least one servant actually did meet with an accident, right? Yes. But it's true that some people believe more than others. I believe respect for that sort of thing shouldn't be forgotten, so I've never doubted that she exists. I vaguely believed that a shadowy being called the Golden Witch existed. And then that witch, whose existence was so shadowy and obscure, actually showed herself and entered openly through the entrance hall. Is that what happens? I don't know. I don't know anything. When you brought her dinner, did you talk about anything? No, nothing. She's lying again, but yeah, I see. Still, a witch that eats food somehow doesn't sound so realistic. Maybe after all, it's just someone who knows about the witch legend on this island. Someone who's taking on Beatrice's name. I think you probably come to respect Beatrice and think of her as something like a guardian god of the mansion. So when a person appeared actually going by that name, maybe you were a little disturbed. That's right. I guess that must be the case. Thank you for explaining things to me, George. George was slightly at a loss on what to do about Shannon's downcast appearance. Maybe not just Genji, but even the young servants had been ruthlessly questioned as to whether they knew anything about this Beatrice person. Thinking that, he tried to cheer her up somehow. Surely, just like Maria and Jessica, Shannon was unable to fully hide the agitation caused by the sudden visit of this person calling herself the Golden Witch. He'd been so sure that was the case. But George probably had no way of looking into Shannon's heart. Shannon was bitter and sad. The door to the Golden Lands would be opened. The witch had definitely told her that. That meant the demise of everything. Oh, by the way, Croax, my current favorite character in the story, which, you know, really gives a lot of credence to your own thoughts on the story. This guy, you know, a servant. Probably the servant with the lowest profile in the story. Yeah, one of the butlers. Even if she accepted the ring from George, they would never be married now. No. In the first place, did furniture like her even have the right to be married? Even if the witch hadn't come to signal their demise, wasn't their relationship fated to fail sooner or later? Oh, and in episode 1, they revealed that Shannon and George were, you know, dating, and George was planning to propose to Shannon during the reunion. And, you know, it was gonna be really tough because he's a guy that's been built up to be like the big inheritor of the entire family. He's the successor of Kinso, basically, or that's what they plan to do. At least that's what Eva is planning to do. And so learning that he's wanting to marry a servant lady, it's like, oh, that's no good, George. That's no good. He's gonna get super pissed off. And, you know, then we have to see the whole relationship dynamics of dating someone who is working for you. Has she turned her gaze focused solely on those fun days spent with George, while purposely closing her eyes to the sad reality? Arranged marriage is something that is going on, but it's not with the servant, it's with somebody else that is not in the story. At least not so far. That's actually one of the reasons he's pushing so hard to propose to Shannon so soon. Because he doesn't want to go into the arranged marriage. What's wrong? You really haven't looked well for a while now. George-san, what does it mean to be engaged? Huh? It means making a promise to marry. But I think in that sense it means the same thing as marriage. To be honest, I want to take you home as my wife right away. Right now, I'm in the middle of training, and I'm still a long way from having the capacity to create my own castle. Okay, fucking protagonist from Bakuman. That's why I want to take you home with me, with my head held high, only after I become a full adult. This is such a fucking shonen trope. I'm not talking about the distant future. I just want you to wait a short 3 years. But that doesn't mean I want to lie about my feelings for another 3 years. So I decided to give you an engagement ring. That might be a shameful reason as a man. Maybe it's shameful to get engaged because I want you to wait, since I can't support my work and a wife at the same time yet. But I will definitely. Thank you very much. I understand that to you, George-san, an engagement ring means something different from one of many presents you'd give to a lover. Of course it's different. An engagement ring isn't a simple accessory. It's an oath between lovers, a noble promise left in the form of a ring. So if we were to get married right away, it'd be completely meaningless, right? Then it wouldn't be an engagement ring. I'd give it to you as a wedding ring. Either way, it'd still be giving you a ring. So it's a soul sign, like saying, this woman is mine. Nobody touch her. No, it's not what I... George knew that he was weak by nature. When he'd been captivated by Shannon and had sworn to become an excellent man, he had also sworn to throw away that weak part of himself. So even if he had to be blunt about it, Shannon is owning him. He chose to answer a little roughly. She's been girl bossing a lot these last few beats of the story. She's really been serving cards these last few beats of the story. He was sure that doing so would bolster and reassure Shannon. No, that may be true. Sayo. Sayo is Shannon's real name, by the way. I'll make you my wife. I won't give you to anyone else. I'll make you mine alone, so no one will lay a hand on you. That's what this ring is. Without a doubt. Thank you very much, George-san. I'm truly happy. Then, George-san, if it was decided by fate that this engagement ring, but this promise could never be fulfilled, will you still give it to me? Shannon tried to ask that, but she swallowed her words. Because George had already spoken the answer. George had said it. He had said that to him. An engagement ring was infinitely similar to a wedding ring. Therefore, accepting George's ring has significance far more sacred than a promise to marry. So, I'll stop calling this an engagement ring. From now on, this is an engagement. It's a wedding ring. Is that really okay? Is it okay to just proclaim that we're married without even God's blessing? Yeah. It's enough to tell God, Father, and Mother about it afterwards. We'll tell them all that we've been married. No one will be able to undo it. George-san, I'm not saying this because of a momentary emotion. Whoops! Sorry for that slip. I'm not just looking at how you are now. I'm looking at you of tomorrow. At the you of tomorrow. Of the next day. I'm even gazing at you as you'll be in old age. In the future, as I say this. You're always talking about that, George-san. About how you want to enjoy your old age slowly, surrounded by healthy children and grandchildren. Yeah. That time, only you will be beside me. That is what I expect. No, what I foresee. Yes. Because that day will surely come. Will it surely come? Yes. Surely. Definitely. And this ring proves it without words. Please, show me. Huh? Here it is! George, thinking he was being told to show her the ring, hurriedly took out the ring box. Even though he had practiced so much, he hadn't been able to do it cool. But Shannon wasn't looking at that. In her straight and direct gaze were vague tears and a smile. She focused her eyes on George's eyes. No, on something she could see beyond his eyes. Please, show me that future. Yeah, I'll show you. Surely. I promise it. And not just until old age. After we die, too. Even when we become spirit, we'll always, always be together. Shannon wiped away her tears and took the ring box. Inside was a diamond ring worthy of blessing the two of them. George said the line that he'd practiced over and over again inside his head. I want you to put this ring on, whatever finger you like, and have that be your answer. So by tomorrow morning... Shannon smiled, took the ring, and with a completely natural movement, put it on the ring finger of her left hand. It really had looked like such a natural, ordinary movement. And for a while, George was stunned. This is my answer, George-san. Shannon. No. Sayo. Even when we become spirit, we'll always, always be together, George-san. There's a very nice track, yes. There was no blessing from God, no pastor to witness, nothing. But the two who were married proclaimed it. Two souls were joined here today. My son, you're a fool. Is that so? Even though you're furniture. I'm not furniture. Not anymore. Liar! Why are you fooling yourself? Even though you know you can never become human. Even though you know you can't become human unless you go to the Golden Lands. And that, why'd you abandon the promise I would let you go there? Oh, right. By accepting the ring, that promise with Beatrice-sama comes to nothing, doesn't it? That scene was very good, even despite... Yeah, I like that scene. It was good. I'm sorry. From now on, I, you, George-sama, the master, and everyone else are under the same conditions. 13 people will be sacrificed. Only 5 people will be invited to the Golden Lands. And you rejected one of those places yourself. That's odd. It looks like you're the one with regrets, Kanon-kun. You're the one with regrets, aren't you, Nesan? You got engaged, right? Even though you knew it was a fate that would never be fulfilled. Yes. I promised that we would always be together. For eternity. So, you know what? In that instant, our eternity was completed. Even if we become sacrifices, it's already completed. So it's okay. Kanon, you're the one who actually has regrets. We're furniture, right? We'll be freed no matter the results. So it doesn't matter whether we go to the Golden Land or not. And yet you're set on going there. You want to become human no matter what, right? Why? Because I want to become human. I've had enough of being furniture. Why? I wanted to fall in love too. Tears were coming from Kanon's eyes. And he howled. I liked Milady. And after seeing Milady that day, I started liking her even more. When I heard that Milady also liked me, I was really happy. But I'm furniture and I can't accept Milady's feelings. You're wrong. We may be furniture. We may be less than human. That doesn't mean that we aren't qualified to love. I thought that if these feelings wouldn't ever come to anything, I'd be better off not having them. I just decided that eventually I'd disappear and that it definitely hurt her. No, that's wrong. I was just frightened. Just afraid, thinking that any love that couldn't be eternal was best avoided. Even though their lives last only a few weeks, cicadas fall in love and then vanish. But you'll never find a cicada that refused to fall in love simply because it ended in a few weeks. Ah! Ah! It seemed that Kanon was still muttering his regrets, but by now it was all jumbled up with his sobs. That witch is detestable. Why'd she plant those feelings in me? If only she hadn't pulled that bizarre prank. I wouldn't have paid Milady any notice. Beatrice-sama is detestable. To make you cry bitter tears, she played games with your fate. But I don't think things went as the witch expected. After all, knowing love isn't a regret that ties you to life. It is a destination we're supposed to reach in our journey through life. Well now, Kanon. That promise you worked so hard for has now come to nothing. Very well then. With this, the conditions for all the pieces are the same. There are 18 pieces. 13 will be offered as sacrifices. Who will the 5 survivors be? Or else, will someone destroy the ceremony? Who? How? This isn't a chess problem. It's a game on equal footing. I won't be cornering you one-sidedly. You'll be able to frantically escape my advances and force a tie. An invalid match. At any rate, I doubt you can manage more than repeating that over and over. And it probably won't be that difficult for you. However, this invalid match will continue forever. Until it eventually wears down your mind and kills it. How the early interaction with Kanon, Beato, and Shannon and Beato. Shannon felt very childish and Kanon mature looking out for Shannon. Oh, and now it's reverse, yeah. You're right. Yeah. That is when you'll accept your defeat and surrender to me. There's a reason I said it was a game on equal footing. That's because rules for my loss have also been established. There's nothing as boring as a game you can't lose, right? I disagree, but I'm the exception, not the norm. As for how to defeat me, that would be the epitaph that stands as an offering to my portraits. It's both the way to open the door to the Golden Lands, and the key to destroying my ceremony. I'll try to complete the ceremony in accordance with the epitaph. You'll try to solve the riddle of the epitaph, destroy the ceremony, and overthrow me. Solve the riddle hidden in the epitaph, and expose the location of the vast sum of gold I give Kinzo. What result will this game show us? I'm expecting a good fight, okay? Entertain me, Ushiromiya Battler! I have no objections. Natsuhi and I acknowledge it. I can't believe it, and I don't want to. But this is the truth, isn't it? Natsuhi, choose your words more carefully. She's this family's most honored guest. I also acknowledge it. Can't argue back. Yes, I acknowledge it. I have absolutely no complaints. I can't believe you actually... You have my honest respect. Me too. Incredible. I genuinely respect you. So I have to acknowledge it. I acknowledge it too. I still can't believe it. Still, what can I do? You've proven devils. It's your victory. The devil's proof was once a convenient excuse you used to deal with improvable facts. But now it's become your mortal enemy, has it not? Don't torture me, mighty witch. I've already acknowledged you. I resign. Kirie, do you still have objections? I must have everyone in agreement. If you alone will not acknowledge my existence. As the witch laughed boldly, the siblings started getting frantic. They were afraid of displeasing the witch. Kirie lightly closed her eyes, and after keeping silent for a while, opened her mouth. My apologies. I resign. Only Kirie had to face the witch with stern eyes until the end. However, this had only resulted in her refusing to accept the truth for a short time. The truth, the being that was before her eyes, couldn't be denied. Devils had already been proven. I also acknowledge it. You are Betoriche. You Shinomiya family alchemist, and a user of great magic. I must acknowledge the fact that you are a witch. Always. All of them. And like 3 more. You're still missing like 3 genres there. Well, we saw that same sequence in the first episode, and you know what that means. It means the first day is over. So onwards to the second day. What is that sound that always fills my ears? Is it the sound of the rain? The sound of the waterfall? Or could it be radio static? If not, I want it to be the sound of blood flowing through my body. I want it to be the sound of the blood circulating throughout me, telling me that I'm still alive. Is it morning? The light entering through a crack in the curtain was faint, but at least told him that dawn had broken. Ginso, still in the position he'd been when he woke up, still sitting in a chair and looking up at the ceiling, felt the blood slowly travel throughout his body. Judging by the clock, it was early morning. 6 on the dot. No matter how tired he was, no matter how deeply he slept, he always woke up at exactly this time, as though he had measured it with an hourglass. He didn't think of this as something to boast about, but he told himself that as long as he could still manage this, his health couldn't be that bad. Morning has come, which means... It would appear I've voted becoming one of the first sacrifices. Was I merely lucky when the roulette was spun? Or was this a fruit of my efforts? How irritating that I cannot tell the difference. But I mustn't be bothered by such trivialities. Kinso was struck by a faint desire to see beyond the study door. After all, he might find the traces of someone's vain struggle to break through the door. A sign that someone had tried to select him as one of the first 6 sacrifices. Humans are cheap creatures. Even though everything is ultimately decided by God, when humans are given good fortune, they arrogantly feel it was due to their own ability. That was why he wanted to check whether there was a wretched mark on the door. The very desire was human. And that was why Kinso did not check. He often rejected desires that came to him because he was human. By doing that, he could be immersed in a feeling of sufficiency, as though he himself had become a being that surpassed humans. He recognized human desires for what they were, and guarded against them. Things that a human would want to do, he resisted. This eccentricity and rebellious nature had surely given him a rare genius, making it possible for him to succeed in his exploit as he revived the Yoshinomiya family in a single generation. Well then, Beatrice, what were the 6 pieces you took? And what will your next move be? Entertain me. My defense is perfect. I will not shame myself like last time. The servants woke early. They had to open the curtains, prepare breakfast, and complete various other tasks to welcome the guests to a new day. Goda was the most enthusiastic. During the family conference, he had been told to concentrate his efforts especially on cooking, and he had been especially exempted from several tasks that servants normally must do. Goda, who was a show-off, seemed to be feeling particularly superior because of that. He let Genji and the rest prepare the rest of the mansion, and worked on making breakfast in the kitchen. Genji split the work with Shannon and Kanon, and they carried out various tasks. Shannon headed to the dining hall and knocked. Last year, the family conference had continued into the early hours of the morning. It wouldn't have been odd if this year's conference had done the same. Considering the possibility that they were still having a discussion inside, she knocked. There was no response, so she opened the door and said, "Good morning." "Good morning. Is there anyone here?" The room was cold, and the conference seemed to have ended a long time before. There was a tea set on the table from which they'd probably been drinking, arranged in a way that would make it easy to clean up. Cleaning up the tea was the servant's job. If the family members were extra generous and cleaned it up themselves, the servants would lose face. So it was truly a pleasant act of kindness for the family to only do this much. They're so kind for not cleaning. As she approached the table to clean it, she noticed something like a memo that had been left near the utensils and cup. Since it was right next to the tea set, Shannon picked it up, naturally thinking it was a memo for the servant doing the cleaning. Written there was not a request, nor was it thanks for preparing the tea. There was just a single word. Shannon looked at it blankly and read it out loud. Chapel. A small sound kept repeating over and over. Normally, that sound would have been too trivial to be worth caring about. If only I could stop hearing it soon, I could go back to sleep right away, she thought vaguely. But no matter how much time passed, the sound did not end. It repeated over and over. Ah, shut up. Who is it? Banging on the door this whole time. As soon as she realized that, she woke up. Someone was knocking. Then she noticed that it wasn't just a knock, but a voice as well. Rosa-sama, Rosa-sama, good morning. Wait, I'm coming now. It had been Genji's voice. Looking at the clock, it wasn't even 7 yet. It was clearly too early to wake the guests. Did something happen that was bad enough to cause this? She felt her sleepiness increasing. Rosa survived. Increasingly fade away thanks to this premonition of misfortune. Though Genji, but hey, Shannon survived, and Goda, and Ginzo, aren't you happy about those? Though Genji was a servant, Rosa had known him since her childhood days. So even though she was slightly defenseless in her pajamas, she opened the door a crack and answered, "Goda, yes." "Good morning. I apologize for waking you this early." "Did something happen?" "Yes. Actually, at the chapel. Someone got married without our permission." "Oh, fuck." Genji whispering something into Rosa's ear. For a second... Oh, whispered something into Rosa's ear. For a second, it seemed Rosa couldn't understand what she'd been told. After having it repeated several times, she realized that apparently something strange had happened. Rosa closed the door for a second, changed her clothes quickly, and followed Genji towards the mansion. The chapel requires some explanation. It wasn't in the mansion, but in a grove behind it. Am I saying it right? Grove? Or is it grove? A short walk's distance away. It had been built at the same time as the mansion. So though its walls had been repaired many times, making it look new from the outside, it was a very old building. It's grove, okay. Rosa dashed through the rain along with Genji. Just like the previous night, the rain was falling in earnest. Eventually, the chapel came into sight from beyond the thin grove. Just looking at it from outside, it seemed a place of dazzling beauty, where a pair of young lovers might want to get married. Um, you can't get one in this story, they always know what you're gonna say. However, Ginso apparently viewed it as a very sacred place. So Rosa and her siblings had been given strict instructions not to approach it unnecessarily. Even though they were all grown up now, approaching the chapel for any reason would still make them feel guilty. And also afraid, as if their father might get angry and hit them in the face. Which is a thing he would never do, of course. The servant's silhouette could be seen in front of the chapel's entrance. Oh, come on, let's go! Goda, Shannon, and Canon. Which meant that all the servants on the morning shift had gathered. A short while ago, Genji had spoken to Rosa, telling her what the situation was. However, without laying eyes on it directly, she definitely hadn't been able to understand it. It was probably the same for all the servants gathered here as well. Without seeing it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have been able to understand what was going on. On the door, at the entrance to the chapel, was something very large, drawn with a creepy, stringy paint that made one think of blood. Something like a creepy magic circle. What is this? When was this drawn here? The servants looked at each other. Goda was the first to open his mouth. My apologies. We don't usually enter this building, so we don't know when it was made. Then who was the first person to find it? It was me. When I went to the dining hall to clean up the tea set, I found a memo with chapel written on it. Shannon held out the memo with a shaking hand. Whose handwriting is it? Is it Nissan's or Nessan's? So after that, you came here and found this, right? Yes. Osa-sama, look at this. What? Happy Halloween for... What? Canon pointed at a single line in English written below the creepy magic circle. Until it had been pointed out to her, she thought it was just another part of the magic circle. There, the following words were written in English. Happy Halloween for Maria. I'm reading it in as if I was doing an accent, I'm sorry. Just, just to leave it clear that this is a different writing. Happy Halloween for Maria. This creepy magic circle was for Maria. Happy Halloween. Yesterday, only one person had said Happy Halloween to Maria. The key phrase matched. It was the Golden Witch, Beatrice. What about Maria? She should be sleeping with her cousins, right? Did you check? My apologies. We just now realized that Maria-sama's name was written here. We still have not checked. Quickly. What are you doing? I'll go check on Maria and come back. Help rouse Nissan and the rest too. After that, follow their instructions. After saying that much, Rosa finally noticed that something was odd. Her own rank in this family conference was the lowest of the 4 siblings. What could this mean? Why had she been the only one called during an abnormal situation like this, when the other siblings hadn't been? Even if Maria's name had popped up. Which they didn't know was there until now. Could it be... Huh? What? Yes. We tried to contact Rao-sama, but we couldn't find him. And Madame was not in her room. Judging by the condition of the sheets, she might not have returned to her bed at all last night. Rosa felt something creepy crawling slowly up her back. Did you check inside the chapel? No, not yet. We tried, but... Actually, the lock inside the chapel is special, so the master key will not work. There is a single key that can open it. That key is missing from the key box. Okay, so... there is a special key here. And it's missing. He didn't want to get closer to the door with the creepy magic circle if she could. Rosa readied herself and approached. Then tried pushing and pulling the knob. All she felt was the resistance of the sturdy lock. Whoops. We searched to see if there was a window we could enter through, but I think we had to break one of the windows if we wanted to check inside. What do you think? There's no way I can give you approval to do something like that. This is Father's previous chapel. At that time, the events of the previous days rolled around in the back of Rosa's mind. That's right. I met that witch in the rose garden. Didn't she hand Maria an envelope? Yeah, there's no mistake. She did hand it over. When Maria tried to open it, the witch told her not to do it yet, and then she surely said, the time to open that will come soon. Rosa was sure. There could be no mistake. The envelope Maria had received was... After bashing back to the guest house, Rosa approached the cousin room while hiding her footsteps. Softly opened the door and peered inside. From the inside, she could hear the healthy snores typical of young people. There were four children, and Maria was there, sleeping soundly. After breathing a sigh of relief, she entered the room with quiet footsteps. She was after Maria's handbag, which was resting on the sofa. Maria always liked carrying her treasures around with her. She was probably emulating how her mother always carried her makeup with her. Of course, she was just imitating her mother, so everything on the inside was junk. In Maria's case, it was full of small, creepy, occult items, notebooks describing things of that nature, and so on. Rosa had never been happy to see her daughter walking around with things like that, which weren't girlish at all. But earlier you said that occult was a thing that girls did, so make up your mind. Make up your damn mind. However, trying to force Maria to stop had resulted in a big fight, so she decided to let be. Here. This is it. A Western envelope with the crest of the Golden Eagle. When she took it out of the bag, she realized there was a heavy, vague, cylindrical object inside. She could tell by its feel and its weight. There was no doubt. This was the key. After turning around and checking that Maria was still sound asleep, Rosa tore open the envelope, and the contents spilled out into her palm. It was a key with an old and intricate design. Rosa gripped that key and dashed out. Battler seemed to have noticed that sound, but after grumbling and turning over in his sleep, he started snoring again. Okay, so the key was inside the envelope that Maria received last night. Well, not last night, it was before night. Yesterday. Genji-san, would this key be the key to the chapel? Where did you... Yes, this is the key to the chapel. Rosa approached the creepy magic circle once again, put the key in the keyhole. There was a strong resistance. After it resisted for a short while, it stopped resisting with a clump. Then, speaking with a noise that hurt one's ears, it slowly began to open. Is anyone there? Her voice reverberated through the massive room. Of course, there was no answer. The chapel had a high ceiling, and the air was cold. And even on this rainy, unsettling day, it felt sacred for some reason. The servants timidly followed after Rosa. Rosa-sama, look at that. Ganon noticed it immediately and pointed. Over there was the altar. In the place that would normally have a pastor preaching of God's love, there was a table that shouldn't have been there. There, it was drinky time. At first, it looked like a dining table. Oh, look at those look at those things. Look at the little ghost. There actually were gorgeous plates and utensils placed there, making it look like a child's birthday party or something. Upon closer inspection, the surrounding area had been decorated with pumpkins and black and orange ribbons. They were probably Halloween decorations. There were people seated at the table. 3 people on each side facing each other, seated in chairs. They could be recognized at a glance. Kraus and his wife, Eva and her husband, and Rudolf and his wife. But if you wanted to be sure, you'd still have to go even closer and check. Because they seemed almost like dolls. Rosa and the rest had opened the door, entered all at once with the sound of many footsteps, and called out, asking if anyone was there. And yet, there had been no reaction. Even if Rosa and the rest assumed they were being ignored, you'd still expect there to be some kind of reaction. And there hadn't even been that. So at first, it felt like someone had set down some dolls that greatly resembled those people. By now, it wasn't just Rosa. Shannon and Cannon, and even Gora. They were all fighting frantically with the creepy emotion that grabs their hearts. Ni-san? Ne-san? As she walked towards the altar, she called out again. But there was still no reaction. Yes, by now Rosa was sure of it. She was sure these weren't dolls. But the people themselves... This is... They grew close enough to see clearly what lay on the table. It still looked like an adorable banquet, reminiscent of a child's birthday party. Plates piled up with sweets, cute pitchers with drinks, all kinds of pumpkin shade ornaments. They were all decorated in Halloween style. And while this probably wasn't the time to be thinking it, Maria would surely have been delighted to see all this. That was the state of the table they sat in front of, apparently asleep. It was an eerie scene, as though a small, fun-looking Halloween party had been stopped in time. They're all... sleeping? When she approached even closer to them, she realized that there were snacks scattered all over the floor. Candies, cookies, soda, and chocolates, all with heavily fantasy-themed packaging. They were all scattered across a carpet covered with blackberry and cranberry jam. Ah! Rosa and the rest finally realized what the situation was. It was a Halloween party. A banquet for those not of this world. Kraus, Natsuhi, Eva, Hideyoshi, Rudolf, and Kirie were seated in chairs, apparently asleep, but all dead. How could you tell that they were all dead and not simply sleeping? That was because they've been vertically sliced open from their chest to their stomachs. Kraus-sama! How cruel. The 6 of them had sat down at a Halloween party before having their stomachs split open, killing them. Then the jam covering the floor must be what overflowed from their stomachs once they stuffed themselves completely. Right? No! The contents of their stomachs had been scattered all over the floor. And that wasn't all. Other stomachs, it was almost as though they poured out. As though snacks had overflowed from there. Candies and cookies, soda and chocolates had poured out, stained with blood, and had scattered across the floor. What could have happened to cause this? It's almost as though their stomachs were stuffed full to bursting with sweets, and it all poured out when their stomachs split open. Rosa remembered a certain shocking meal. A turkey that had been served at her own birthday. When it had been cut open with a knife, out flowed one of her favorite foods. But since she hadn't been told what was inside, the deep red ketchup omelette rice poured out like bloody maggots. Pulsing, dripping, slimy, pulpy, squelching. The trauma of her youth was revived. Rosa felt a monster raging inside her stomach as the acid started to rise. Unable to hold back, she threw it all up on the floor. Her empty stomach had nothing but stomach acid. The scene in front of her was not fun Halloween party now. The 3 couples were enshrined right there. Their stomachs vertically wrenched open. Wrenched open with a... Ugh! So many snacks had been stuffed in there. Pulpy. Squishy. Blood and guts and sweets were overflowing onto the floor. Bloodstained. Sticky, sloppy, pulpy, sweet snacks that made your fingers stick together. Gummy. But stained with entrails. Sloppy, pulpy. What was that I stepped on just now? That didn't feel like a candy or a cookie or a soda or a chocolate. I'm scared. What did I step on? I can't even look at the bottom of my foot. Ah! What a gruesome Halloween party. From far away, it looked truly beautiful, fantastical, and fun. But from up close, it was horrible, disgusting, and yet somehow still beautiful. Ah! Rosa's wild thoughts tried as best they could to escape her throat, with a loud voice that was neither a scream nor a roar. Kraus-sama. This is horrible. This is horrible. Call an ambulance! Call the police! That's right, the police! Police, police, police! If a word so tied to reality hadn't come out of Goda's mouth, Rosa and the rest would have probably have found themselves unable to escape that nightmarish party even now. This song slaps, hell yeah. But it wasn't because they thought the police might be able to do something. If they didn't keep yelling about the police, it felt as though another seed might be set up at this demon's party and given to them. Their own chests felt like they were expanding unpleasantly from the inside. Rumbling, churning. And it was surely because candy was about to overflow from their stomachs. Rosa, once again tortured by a desire to vomit, threw her stomach acid up on the floor. And then she searched. Searched to see if there was any candy in it. Anyway. Rosa coughed violently again, forcefully spitting out the stomach acid that had been burning in her throat. She realized that by now, her whole body had been covered in a filthy sweat. Kenji-san, Shannon-chan, please contact father and ask for instructions. Goda-san, go with Kanon-kun and call the police. Then have Dr. Nanjo come here. Why even bring Dr. Nanjo here? It's a bit too late to call for medical care. The servants accepted their orders and dashed outside. After watching them leave, Rosa once again stared at her siblings, with whom she'd spent good times and bad, and their partners. Though there could be nothing more tragic than this scene, for some reason, she was tempted to describe these fantastical deaths as beautiful. Wow. Well, there you go. There's your first Twilight. Again, the mystery begins with 6 people dead, just like last time, except the victims are different. Well, not exactly. First of all, let's go for the returning characters, the returning deaths. Proud, sorry, you once again died immediately. His corpse was found in the chapel. The direct cause of death is unknown, but it seems his stomach was cut open and his intestines pulled out after his death. On top of that, sweets and candies were packed into his stomach. Welcome, Maria. Happy Halloween. Next, the other returning character, Rudolph. Once again, dead on the first Twilight. His corpse was found in the chapel. The direct cause of death is unknown, but it seems his stomach was cut open and his intestines pulled out after his death. On top of that, sweets and candies were packed in his stomach. This is why we want to be as sweet and innocent as candy. And last of the returning characters, Kirie. Her corpse was found in the chapel. The direct cause of death, no, same description. And so, I give you the land of dreams. Happy Halloween. And now we go for the characters that survived until later in the first episode. First, Eva. Eva survived until the second Twilight. She died on the second Twilight. Seems her son. Okay, so that part is the same. Everyone has a stomach filled with sweet dreams. And Hideyoshi, who died alongside Eva in the second Twilight last time. Why would there be anything filthy inside someone's stomach? So finally we move on to Natsuhi, who in the last episode survived almost until the very end. She was like one of the last people who died in the first episode. Sorry, goat, but you had to go on the first Twilight this time. Bad roll. Didn't I tell you? Stomachs are packed full of candy. So who do we have? We have in the original victims of the first Twilight in the first episode were Kraus, Rudolph, Kirie, Rosa, and who else? Goda and Shannon. Those were the original victims of the first Twilight. And in the first time, the deaths were basically decided by who stayed overnight in the house. And everyone who stayed in a different house basically survived. Everyone who stayed in the guest house survived, and everyone who stayed in the regular house died. This time it seems like it was all the parents except for Rosa. Turn here. Where'd they go? The servant room and the kitchen are both empty. What in the world happened? Oh! Mama! Where's Mama? My letter! The letter I got from Battle! Give it back! Give it back! Oh! Perplexing. Battler-kun, are you sure it was Aunt Rosa? Well, even if I was half asleep, so I'm not too sure. But I get the feeling that in the early morning, Aunt Rosa came in and fished around in Maria's handbag. I figured there was probably a tube of toothpaste or something in there. Why would there be a tube of toothpaste in Maria's handbag? Looks like you were a little more than half asleep. Battler vaguely remembered Rosa entering the cousin room. Also, when Maria woke up before the rest of them, he'd started rampaging around, saying that someone had opened the envelope she'd been keeping safe. Putting two and two together, they figured that Rosa had probably come and opened the envelope. A letter from the Golden Witch? I wonder what was inside. I don't know. But the envelope was for grandfather's personal use, and it had the Ushinomiya family crest on it. Whatever was inside it must have had some connection to the family conference. She hadn't let anyone touch it, but yesterday, Maria had shown that envelope off to Battler, and the rest a whole lot. They remembered it well. Ugh. Mama, give it back. Mama, give it back. Oh. Oh. Well, if you're right, it'd have to be pretty important. Why would this mighty witch give something that important to Maria? I don't get it. Every once in a while, the refreshing morning atmosphere was completely wiped out by the sound of thunder. It was only natural. Since the moment they'd woken up, they hadn't met anyone else. It felt like only they were left, as if the mansion had become an empty husk. Hey! Anyone there? Answer me! Jessica called out into the hallway, and eventually an answer came back. It came from the entrance hall. Who is this? It's probably Nanjo. I can hear you. There's something. Yep, it's Dr. Nanjo. It's Dr. Nanjo. Thank goodness. It looks like everyone but us hasn't disappeared from this island after all. Dr. Nanjo, good morning. I'm sorry, but do you know where our parents went? Dear me. I only just woke up and came here, you see. I have no way of knowing for sure, but let's see. It was only natural. Nanjo was a guest just like the rest of them. He'd come just now to pass the time in the parlor until breakfast. Ugh! Dr. Nanjo, Mama took it. Mama took my letter. Give it back, give it back. Ugh. Maria buried her face in Nanjo's plump stomach, sobbing and crying. Nanjo could do nothing but be bewildered by this ruckus so early in the morning. Ah! Someone's running this way. Jessica. Someone's coming. From down the hall, they could sense some people running hurriedly. They saw Goda and Kanon coming towards them. Normally, it would be disgraceful for a servant to run inside the mansion. And yet, Battler and the rest didn't even think to question that now. Maria's sobbing had become so unmanageable, they wanted to ask someone, anyone, where Rosa was. But the two servants seemed to have bigger things on their minds than Jessica, who was waving at them. Goda flew into the servant room, and when Kanon noticed that Nanjo was there, he bowed and approached the doctor at a quick pace before whispering something into his ear. What did you say? Rosa-san did? Yes. I will guide you, so please accompany me. Understood. This way. Without saying anything more than that, Ganon finally noticed Jessica and bowed to her. But he wasn't calm. He dashed back down the corridor by which he had come, followed by Nanjo. By looking at how hurried they were, Battler and the rest realized that yes, something bad had happened. They saw Goda through the door to the servant room, which had been flung open. He was holding the receiver and violently pressing the hook. From that, they realized that he was trying to call a hospital or the police. In any event, he was trying to call someone because a serious emergency had occurred. Let's have a look. Yeah. Mama, give it back. Give back my letter. It's an invitation to the Golden Lands. They didn't know what, but something was happening. Battler and the rest chased after Ganon and Nanjo. And then we realized. Ganon-kun had called Dr. Nanjo. But he hadn't called us. So we shouldn't have gone with them. Hello, Tearfing, welcome. Welcome to Rokkenjima. We just discovered something. We just woke up in the second day and we just discovered something's going on. I wonder if Alice regretted her excess curiosity when she chased after that rabbit holding a clock. If only we could find out, but we can't because the fucking game runs like shit. Oh well. No, you mustn't go in. You mustn't look. Jessica-chan, no! No! Mother, father! What happened? Oh! What the hell is this? This goes way beyond bad taste. Isn't taking someone's life bad enough? What the hell is this? Went to all the trouble after they died of sitting them on chairs, slicing their stomachs and pulling their entrails out? You went to all the trouble of stuffing their stomachs full of sweets? Why? Why the hell would you do something so fucked up? Damn it. Damn it. Nice job, you bastard. Just great. Just great. Ah. It would be best if everyone went outside. They certainly wouldn't want you all to see them like this. Nanjo told the children to go outside. No one listened. Rosa-san, please tell them. They keep looking at something like this. We'll do nothing but harm. Rosa regretted her own carelessness. She should have realized that the children would eventually come here. She should have quickly locked up instead of standing around stunned. So the children had come here. They had seen it. Surely at this very moment, they were having a sight burn into their eyes. That was far more grotesque than the shocking meal Rosa had witnessed in her youth. While she hugged Maria, who seemed to be too shocked to show any emotion at this gruesome scene, Rosa cried for them and their parents. The four groaning and crying voices, their sadness continued to echo in a place that should have known God's love. You piece of crap! Again? Another one of these murders? Yeah, the chicken description is really good. The maggots part especially. Okay, Croax, this is another thing that was established at the end of episode 1 and the beginning of episode 2. So we got a second layer of reality. In this one, there's only two characters, Battler and Beatrice. They are aware of everything that is happening in the story and know everything that happened on the previous episode. So usually fans refer to this as the meta layer. Because, you know, they know things that the story characters should not know. But they cannot interact with the actual story. So this is a different battler from the battler in the story. And this time you made it all elaborate, killing them like it's a total joke. I was rather hoping you'd thank me, not cry out in grief. Thank you? Did you say I should thank you, you old bitch? Damn it, if there's something wrong with your ears, I'll cut them both off so you can hear better. Why should I have to see that insane way of killing and say, oh, thank you so very much, Beatrice-sama. I'll beat your brains out. In the last game, you lamented the fact that you couldn't see your parents' faces after they died, yes? So this time I left them. Didn't touch them. Take a good look, for without a doubt, your father and the rest have been killed. Really, what a nice treat. I'm so fucking happy. I swore I'd plow your face after I choked the life out of you, but I'll take that back now. I'll rip out your guts instead. Don't give in to your emotions. Don't stop thinking. My game has already begun, right? So there you go, guys. You finally saw the famous face. The famous face that Beatrice does. You finally saw it in the story. I decided to leave you in neat and tiny corpses this time. Do you know why? When you denied my existence in the last game, you used this line of thinking. Their faces were crushed, so the entity of the corpses can't be confirmed. Therefore, we can't eliminate the possibility that fake corpses were prepared to create an alibi. Unless that possibility is denied, a human culprit theory can still be built. What did you say? So, Battler, is it okay to leave the examination of the corpses to Nanjo? Isn't it traditional in my mystery novels for the doctor who performs such examinations to be an accomplice? Then I'll leave the examination to him. Do it yourself. Make completely sure that, without a doubt, the 6 corpses are the 6 people they're supposed to be. That they really, really are dead, not just pretending. If you wish to confirm that your father and mother have been killed by having their stomachs cut open and their entrails pulled out, you'd better stick your hand inside their stomachs and feel around. I won't cry! Damn it! Damn it, I won't cry! Battler suddenly yelled. See, so this is the battler from the story. This is not the battler that we just saw arguing with Beatrice. And we know this because the little ornamented borders in the top and bottom of the screen are no longer there. So we're no longer in the meta layer. His tears were still dripping down, but as though scolding himself for being a sissy, he slapped his face hard several times with both hands. Even so, tears still wouldn't stop. However, he felt a hot blaze in both his eyes. Whoever's responsible for this piece of work, I'll make them pay back for their debt completely. So this isn't the time to cry. I gotta think about what to do. It's useless. It's all useless. You got enough time to cry and think. This is no time to let yourself cry. Umineko when they think, rather than genuine anger. Maybe it was more of an evasive anger to blot out his sadness. However, it gave a little courage to George and Jessica, who'd been crushed by the sadness. That's right. Even if we cried, won't change the reality. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it, damn it! Yes, correct. And what should we do? What should I do for mom and dad's sakes? Rosa-sama, I have returned. Koda-san, what happened with the police? What did they say to do? Did they say when they think they'd be able to get here? As to that, it seems the phones have broken down. I also tried the emergency wireless. But maybe it's the weather, but that isn't working either. What did you say? So we can't contact the police? It's that person. They did something to the phone line, made it so we can't reach the cops. When she heard that the phones had broken down, Jessica immediately decided that it was the work of that mysterious cat. Her eyes were bright out after so much crying, and they began to grow even redder with rage. There's no need to talk about it, right? I understand everything, that's right, I get it. Who killed Dad and Mom? It's obviously her. It's gotta be that witch or whatever who came yesterday. I'll grab her by the collar. Damn it, damn it! Jessica-chan, wait! Oda-san, Kanon-kun, go! Yes, ma'am. My lady, wait! Covering her uncontrollable sadness with anger, Jessica ran outside, torn apart by emotion. Thinking about it hastily, maybe the mystery guest would arrive yesterday, Beatrice, was suspicious. However, in that instant, there was absolutely no proof that she was the culprit. At this moment, she's just another guest, no more, no less. So Rosa, making an adult decision, was forced to stop Jessica in her rash rampage. Goda and Kanon picked up on this immediately and chased after her. But the guess that no one invited Beatrice be the culprits? I understand how Jessica feels. Wish I could think that too. Doesn't matter who, I want someone to be the culprit so I can bash them right in the face. But before that, we need a clear understanding of what's going on. Who is this Beatrice? I haven't even seen her face. If you're looking for her face, it decorates the big portrait in the mansion. You still don't remember after looking at it for so long? Come on, Maria. What's so funny in a situation like this? Beatrice is a witch, and the ceremony to open the door to the Golden Land has finally begun. Those 6 people are sacrifices. Come, let us begin the witches' banquet. Tonight is Halloween, so now the witches will gather to celebrate. Maria, don't I always tell you not to laugh with that creepy voice? The crisp sound of Rosa slapping Maria's cheek echoed through the high-ceilinged chapel. Last time, there was no one to slap and reprimand Maria when she started doing that creepy voice after people died. Because Rosa was dead, because she was one of the first victims. She's here now. Ever since it started raining yesterday. No. Ever since the island was swallowed by the typhoon, I felt as though something was wrong. It was bright and sunny when I arrived in Rokkenjima. But since I'd gotten up early and was sleepy, I took a nap. When I woke up, it had already started raining. And ever since that time, suddenly a mysterious visitor calling herself the Golden Witch Beatrice arrived. And it felt like I was sinking bit by bit into a bizarre world. And oh shit. What the heck happened while I was napping? Am I supposed to believe this island was sealed off inside a different world? Where common sense doesn't apply? Who is this person called Beatrice? Is some unknown person trying to evolve themselves with the inheritance problem just like our parents were freaking out about at dinner last night? Or is the culprit this witch from the Legend of the Golds? Just like Maria said. No, Krax, the point is that he's not locking in. He needs to lock in. We need this guy to lock in, or else nobody's gonna solve the mystery. We really need this guy to lock in. Even if we set Jessica's temper aside, given the circumstances, it's probably safe to say that this person is the most suspicious. But we mustn't make up our minds based on that alone. Useless. It's useless. It's all useless. I smacked my face with both hands again, pulling off my brains before they overloaded. You know, you missed the, like, 2 scenes where Battler was doing cool stuff. So you only have the impression of him being, like, this loser. Poor guy. I smacked my face with both hands again, cooling off my brains before they overloaded. The Witch Psycho clearly ends with 10,000 words? No! Not exactly. It's gonna be way more than 10,000. But also, if this guy locks in, he can stop all this. Yeah, I'm saying that. He can stop all this if he just locks in. He just needs to lock in, Croax. You gotta believe in Battler. He's the only one who can get you out of this mess. Even though it might have been a wasted effort. This is one of Grandfather's envelopes. On a tray piled up with sweets that decorated the table, George Aniki found a Western envelope that had the Ushinomiya family crest on its in gold leaf. And it wasn't opened. Which means it's probably meant for us, right? If it was something that and the others read, it should be open. It seems your reasoning is correct. It's written right here. Someone wrote, "To those who remain." Is that a letter the culprit left? What's inside? Aniki, let's open it. After nodding silently, George Aniki broke the seal. Well, the letter came out. Endless torture point stories. Oh! Look, there's a lot of really insightful, cute stuff going on. You've just been really unfortunate and missed it all. I promise you, it's not been all this. There's been a lot of other stuff going on. There's been a lot of really nice scenes. And really funny scenes too. I'll read it. Welcome to Rokkenjima, members of the Ushinomiya family. I am Beatrice, the alchemist for this family is employed by Kinso-sama himself. That letter really was a joke. Let's see. So oh, the letter, okay, it's right here. And we still have the Ep2. Oh, here, yes. Okay. It's the same letter, I think. Now there's one part of the contract magic claim. I, Beatrice's lent Kinso-sama. Yes. One of these terms has been our goals to be returned. Okay. Beatrice retains the right to correct the goal and accumulate interest upon determination. Okay. Yeah, it's the same letter. Okay. Got it. This Beatrice, who called herself the family alchemist, had announced that she was collecting the gold she lent grandfather, along with interest. And that interest was everything grandfather had created. Since this strategy was right before our eyes as this paragraph was being read aloud. It clearly wasn't referring just to the wealth that grandfather had built up. It was literal. Everything that grandfather had created. In other words, all of grandfather's descendants were included in the internests. You bastard! What a screwed up contract. Lives as interest for gold, you say? That's almost like a contract with the devil, isn't it? You think that makes you look more like a witch? Don't make me laugh. Special clause. However, if someone is able to discover the hidden goal of this contract, Beatrice must abandon these rights for all time. Inso-sama has already publicly displayed the location of the hidden gold within the epitaph under my portrait. In other words, it's something like this. If these murders represent her collecting interest, and she's trying to tell us to try and find the goals she gave grandfather if we want her to stop. And she's also saying that the secret pointing to the gold is hidden in the portrait epitaph. So, basically, this is the letter of challenge from the witch. She's telling us to try and solve the code that points to the hidden gold if we can. And if we can't, she'll keep collecting the interest as planned. I'll beat you to death. Bring it on. Battler-kun. Look. Look. No, don't you dare say that. She looks awesome. The table was covered with sweets. So even though those things were right out in the open, we just assumed they were sweets too. I mean, come on. See them a lot, right? You know, those boxes of chocolate shaped like gold ingots? Tuck your shirt and the tie goes outside the vest. Look, it's got a bit of a delinquent feel, you know? This is no box of candy. It's the real thing. This is a real gold bar. It's inscribed with the crest of the one-winged eagle. I heard Mother talking about this earlier. This is a gold bar from grandfather's Legend of the Gold. See, there's a real gold bar here. Gold ingots weighing a full 10 kilograms. A whole 3 of them. 3 of them were piled up in the very center of the table. It was where a cake would be placed if it was a birthday party. In other words, this was without a doubt the birthday cake of the party known as the family conference. If these really are 4 9s quality ingots, it's worth about 60 million yen. Dumbass! That's too cheap! Our parents have been killed and all you've got is this pile of just 60 million yen in gold? Don't take us for fools! Damn it! So, it has begun, Beatrice. It's not like anyone can solve this riddle anyway. Kobato will definitely win. Quickly, open the door to the Golden Land, and take me with you. The scene is over. Yay! Oh, it's still 7. We didn't advance in time. My lady, please, calm yourself. We still don't know who the culprit is, and Beatrice-sama is an important and honored guest of the Masters. So what? We grab her by the collar, she'll definitely confess. If I can just look her in the eye, I'll know. I'll flee through her. A witch, Beatrice? Yeah, right. I'll expose her. Jessica never stopped moving. All this happened in 1 minute. It's like Dragon Ball Z. Goda and Canon chased after her, doing their best to convince her to stop. But Jessica never lent them an ear. By the way, this track, I believe it's called Requiem. One of the greatest of all time. Eventually, the witches began. And it played in the first episode when Canon was killed. Eventually, the witch's VIP room came into view. This VIP room was always sealed and never used. No matter what kind of guest came, Ginso wouldn't let them in there. And yet, the servants were always made to clean this room so that it could be used at any time. So the servants had started calling this room the witch's VIP room, after the second shapeless master. Jessica knew about this too, and she couldn't forgive the arrogance of the one who called herself a witch by staying in that room. The Golden Witch was just a fairy tale. Come on, a witch? To Jessica, she was nothing more or less than a murderer who had brutally killed her parents. Question her, hear her pitiful excuses, make her splutter in pain, gasp in anguish. No matter how hard she pretends to be a witch, I'll teach her that she's just a stinking, sweaty human. As Jessica yelled with all her strength, she hit the door to the VIP room. It definitely wasn't a knock. That sound was the beating of her anger's hammer, as she was determined to break the door down if it wasn't opened. Open up, Beatrice! Come out! You hear me, right? Yeah, they killed Canon in the first episode, but he's alive now. He's still alive, don't worry. He's fine. He's a little bit sad. Actually, he's very sad, but he's fine. There was no answer. Jessica grabbed the doorknob without any reservation, but she felt the resistance of the lock. She turned around to look at the two servants and spoke. See, there he is. The goat. The master key will unlock this, right? Use it. Milady, that would be horribly rude. Although Goda was flustered, he still tried to somehow calm Jessica's anger. After hanging his head silently for a while, Kanon pulled the master key from his jacket pockets. Kanon-san, are you sure? Yes, I'm fully aware it would be rude if she happens to be in there. At any rate, if Beatrice had nothing to do with that incident, all she has to do is give us a satisfying explanation. That's right, exactly. Let me borrow that. The truth is, he hates Beatrice. Jessica snatched the master key from Kanon's hand and violently shoved it into the keyhole. Immediately, there was a small sound, and she felt the lock click. Then, without asking permission, she flung the door open. Okay, so you do want Beatrice to kill everyone. We're on our way there. Beatrice, where are you? Come out. Jessica rudely stepped into the room. The witch wasn't anywhere to be seen. That bitch! She's not here! Where the hell she go? Yes, she doesn't seem to be here. Jessica, thinking she might be hiding somewhere inside the room, peeked behind the curtains and under the bed. But she couldn't find anyone. However, there definitely were signs that the bed had been used. And though it was only a vague sense, the atmosphere in the room felt a little soft. It wasn't the hard atmosphere of a place normally devoid of people, like the chapel. You could definitely tell that someone had spent the night in this room. But she could not be seen. In reality, neither Jessica nor Goda had met Beatrice. They had only been told by those who had met her that she looked like a double of the character in that portrait. So they were doubtful about what her face really looked like. However, Kanon alone had met her. He understood what kind of being that witch was, what kind of personality she had. So he knew that forcing their way in here in search for her definitely weren't workouts. She must be watching us bitterly flail about in vain from somewhere, sneering at us. She's that kind of person. Because he was looking at things that way, Ganon was the first to find it. The other two were concentrating on finding the shadow of a person, but they didn't notice. Near a water jug on the side table, there was a single sheet of letter paper. On it was a short message, and nearby was a fountain pen which had probably been used to write it. Ganon had already come to understand the witch. After finding the corpses, they'd been overcome by rage and barged in here, only to find no one. So of course the witch would mock them. You can't mock someone unless they know they're being mocked. So in other words, that's what this must be. Milady, there's something written here. Something written? What? Jessica dashed over and violently snatched that piece of paper away. She probably wasn't trying to be violent. She just couldn't control her strength right now. Don't fuck with me! As soon as she read the message, Jessica went into a wild rage, crumpled the paper up, and threw it. Then she grabbed the light stand by the bedside. Oh, slight typo there. Unlight stand by the bedside. And violently swung it around, mercilessly hitting the walls and furniture with it. Oh no, not the furniture! Ganon's one of those. Watch out! The light bulbs all shattered at once, and the fragments were scattered across the room. Milady, please, calm down. You'll hurt yourself. Let go! Damn it! Damn it! Come out, Beatrice! How could you do that to Mom and Dad? You think you scare me? I'll kill you! I'll kill you! I'll beat you to death, so show yourself! I told you to let go of me, damn it! It was written on the paper. Did you think I'd be that senile? Just sit around here waiting for you to come barging in? You're way too inelegant for this intellectual night. I can only imagine what the parents who raised you to be such a moron must have looked like. Oh right, I saw them, and they look just as moronic as you. Now, their bellies are full in the land of sweets. It was the sort of thing that a witch would write. It meant that she predicted that one of the children who had lost their parents would come running in here. God, that book. If she's hiding somewhere in this room, she must be rolling around laughing now. The witch was that kind of person. She sneered at people's misfortune, using it to stave off the boredom of 1,000 years. Hand it over. I know, she's saying it. Hand it over. I'm telling you, you'll hurt yourself. Ugh. I told you to let go. Damn it. Ah. Goda snatched away the light stand Jessica had been holding. For all if she kept swinging it around, she might end up smashing it against something, which could cause serious injury. To Goda's eyes, Jessica probably looked mad with rage, burning herself up with the flames of anger. But Ganon's eyes saw it differently. Those were probably tears of sadness, hidden by rage. So, when the light stand was taken from Jessica, when she started crying on the floor, scratching at the carpet almost as though she was groveling, Goda was surprised, but Ganon was not. Of course, she had lost her means of crying by lashing out in rage. Ugh! Dad, Mom. Ugh. Considering that she was the daughter of the Oshinomiya head family, she was in a very shabby state. She scratched at the carpet with her fingernails, and even her feet were scratching. Jessica cried very, very hard. Because if she didn't, her rage would start building up again and swallow her up. But over and over again, he remembered that humiliating message. I can only imagine what the parents who raised you to be such a moron must have looked like. Would you call them morons? Both dad and mom were smart. Unlike me, they were really smart. Don't call them morons. Take it back. Take it back. Oh, right. I saw them and they look just as moronic as you. Now their bellies are full in the land of sweets. Damn it! I'll kill her. I'll slice open her stomach and see how she likes it. Ah! As Jessica cried and screamed, she triggered an asthma attack. The servants watching over her hurriedly ran up to her and rubbed her back. But that only provoked Jessica's wrath. The hell? You got the time to do that? Search for that bastard. Find it and bring them here. You won't go, I will. I'll kill him with my own hands. Slice open her stomach. Don't touch me. Damn it. Damn it. Jessica got up unsteadily. And as her asthma continued, he went out into the hallway. Milady, your medicine! Quickly! I will call Dr. Nanjo. Goda-san. June. Leave this to me. Kanon had noticed. Goda, who was vastly separated from her in age, probably couldn't sense the tears in Jessica's heart. Kanon, who had noticed, had to be the one to support her. Kanon-san, are you sure? I believe my lady needs some time to cry right now, considering that she saw her parents killed like that. You're right. Goda also understood, and he knew that Jessica and Kanon had shared a vague relationship with each other. So he understood everything and left it to Kanon. Very well. I will go back to Rosa-sama. Please, take care of milady. Yes. Leave it to me. Kanon's voice was frail, while he nodded firmly. After looking at his eyes, Goda nodded firmly as well. Oh, they respect each other, finally. Goda was a veteran with many years behind him. He'd seen a great number of people in his life, so he knew the vigorous sparkle that could be found in the eyes of those who possess self-control. He had surely seen that in Kanon's eyes, so he would leave this to Kanon. When you think about it, maybe this was the first time Goda had ever trusted Kanon and relied on him for a job. Jessica, still suffering from her asthma, seemed to be heading towards her room, though she kept leaning against the wall. Kanon followed her wordlessly. If she had asked for a hand, he would have leapt forward and supported her. But until Jessica did ask for that, he chose to hide himself, watching over her from a distance where he could come to her rescue at any time. When people feel their hearts are about to explode from sadness and want to have someone by their sides, you can bet 10 billion of them would want to turn around and find someone in the place of Kanon now stood. Yeah, I would love to have Kanon when I'm sad. I feel he would be very supportive, as he watched over Jessica from behind. Then, finally, she doubled over in front of the door to her room. The asthma attack had stolen all of her strength, and her thoughts had gotten hazy from the lack of oxygen, making it impossible even to stand up again. But right then, Jessica didn't think she wanted someone to lend a hand. She still hadn't been able to overcome the flames of anger. Even if someone had offered her a hand with good intentions, Jessica would have wanted to tear it off right then. She knew how unfair that would be. So she definitely wouldn't asked for help until she overcame the fiery anger burning inside. Jessica had probably lost the willpower even to call for help. But Canon heard it. He definitely heard it. Canon definitely heard the voiceless call for help. One shared by miserable grievers the world around. An endless scream that no one ever seems to hear. Canon quietly knelt by Jessica's side and wordlessly offered her a shoulder. Okay, let me move back here. Voiceless call for help. One shared by miserable grievers the world around. An endless scream that no one ever seems to hear. Fuck, man. And this is coming from Canon, the servant. So you might imagine what he's referring to. Though Jessica kept coughing painfully, she accepted it, unlocked the door to her room, and entered. This way. I'll prepare your medicine right away. Jessica often said that when her asthma got serious enough, it hurt so bad that it felt like she'd vomit up her whole stomach. Her face was pale, and her gaze wavered. And yet, the coughing continued. Even so, her sadness was probably even stronger. After having her sit on the bed, Canon took a bronchodilator from a cute little basket on a nearby side table and handed it to her. Jessica sometimes forgot to take her medicine with her. Whenever this seemed to have happened, Canon would take notice and secretly carry around the inhaler from the first aid kit in the servant room. But he hadn't done so today. He scolded himself, as though wondering how he could call himself furniture, after failing to bring it with him on a day like this. Then he remembered the day when he'd used that word and somehow betrayed Jessica's feelings. It jarred Canon's heart, but he held it would be indiscreet to think about something like that, considering how Jessica felt now. And he locked it up inside the depths of his heart. When she inhaled her medicine, Jessica's wild breathing calmed down bit by bit, and she was finally able to regain her composure. But she lost too much strength and willpower to get up from the bed. Are you alright, milady? I'm alright. All messed up over remember that, but after I cry a bit more, I'll be alright. Canon regretted his poor choice of words. Did he really say, "Are you alright?" to her? Was he really that clueless of the pain in her heart? This was what made him furniture. This was why he couldn't become human. I will be in the corridor. If you need anything, please call me immediately. Canon understood that she still needed some time to cry alone. He told her to call him at any time, bowed, and tried to leave the room. Do you need something? Jessica had spoken up as though she wanted him to stop, so Canon had stopped. She asked it. I'll do anything I can to help her. Right now, I'd become even a cane or a chair, if it would help ease the pain in her heart. If by doing that, I could make up for the pain I dealt to her heart on that day. For a while, Jessica stared into Canon's eyes. It was as though her reason for stopping him was something she couldn't put into words. For a while, neither spoke. Jessica broke that silence with a small voice. I'm sorry. It's nothing. Could you tell Aunt Rosa that I want to be alone for a while? I won't let you be alone. Huh? I won't let you be alone. So, I will be in the corridor. Please call for me at any time. For just an instant, it looked like some kind of hope had flitted into Jessica's eyes. But it was very faint and disappeared like the first snow on the surface of a river. Thanks. Let me cry alone, just for a bit. Yes. Excuse me. Canon bowed once again and closed the door. He thought those words of his would give her some courage. But now, it felt as though they'd actually hurt her, for some reason. Why? He didn't know. Surely that was because he was furniture. That was why he couldn't grasp human sadness even now. As Canon repeatedly questioned himself, he walked down the corridor. He felt like the window at the corridor's end was coolly calling to him. In the end, am I nothing more than furniture after all? It was still pouring outside, a dark, grey world. Even on days like this, Shannon would surely see the ocean and know that it was blue. But to my eyes, even if it cleared up, I would only see grey. Until I can understand the blue of the ocean, I'll be nothing but furniture imitating a person. You really don't understand a woman's heart, do you? At times like that, you ought to silently remain by her side. That's why you're furniture. You. There shouldn't have been any trace of human life in this corridor. It had been an empty corridor filled with frigid air. But those scoffing words approached Canon from behind. When he turned around, he saw that witch. That witch who hadn't shown herself when Jessica had searched for her, with a rage bordering on madness, and who had left that sneering letter to toy with Jessica. There are 3 ways to hurt a woman. Let me teach you them. 1 is to hurt them with a blade. Another is to hurt them in their hearts. The last way is the most difficult and most effective method of hurting them. And yet it can hurt them without you even realizing it. Do you know what I mean? How could I know? I don't even want to know. It's to betray their expectations. No living being is more of a dreamer than a woman. They make up dreams all on their own and end up hurting their own selves. A distant man like you hurts women the most. You couldn't understand. You have no idea how deeply you've wanted Jessica. After all, you're furniture. I have no intention of playing along with your nonsense. Did you appear only to sneer at me? Don't be so full of yourself, furniture. You aren't worth sneering at. Still, though you may not be worth my time on your own, if the 2 of you are gathered, that's all I need. The pleasure that comes from laughing at the fates of young couples never tires me. What did you say? You don't mean Milady is going to be... I need 2 who are close for the sacrifices of the second twilight. The 2 of you truly are convenient. Wait. Don't misunderstand. Milady and I don't have that kind of relationship. We can't become the sacrifices for the second twilight. That's why you hurt Jessica. That's why you cannot become human. And there should be no problem. If you won't admit that you have feelings for Jessica, I can accept that. But I will kill her. Why? You idiots! Isn't it obvious? It'll be fun to kill her and see your face twist in pain. Why else? Following the rules of the ceremony, 13 people will be sacrificed on my whims. However, there's no rule that says I can't kill more. If it amuses me, I can kill any number of people. So I will. Make me laugh as hard as I can, Canon the Furniture. At that time, Canon definitely heard Jessica scream. Oh, another fucking banger of a song. When he blinked and looked down the corridor, the witch who'd supposedly been there so nonchalantly just a second ago was gone. In that moment, he was just standing there all alone in the corridor, doing nothing. And the person he wanted to protect was asking for help, from far away in that direction. It was obvious what he should do. It wasn't logical. It was an electric reflex. Without a trace of hesitation or distraction, there was a person he wanted to protect, and she was asking for help. And at that moment, he genuinely wanted the person by her side to be him. When he flew into Jessica's room, the scene that greeted his eyes was a bizarre one. The room had become a fantastical world, where a blizzard of gold-colored specks danced, almost as though gold leaf had been scattered inside a snow globe. No, that's not it. I've seen the spectacle before. This isn't gold leaf. It's countless gold butterflies, Beatrice's minions. Jessica was surrounded by countless butterflies, waving her hands around, trying frantically to drive them away. Milady! Ganon-kun! Help! Ganon rushed towards Jessica and violently brushed the cloud of butterflies away. The butterflies were sickening despite their beauty, surrounded Jessica's face, trying to crawl in through her mouth and nose. Oh! Jessica choked violently, almost as though the butterflies were triggering an asthma attack, mocking her. But when Canon ran towards her, the butterflies stopped attacking and began to dance an elegant rondo around the pair. Canon-kun. Canon-kun. It's okay. While there's still life in me, I won't let anyone lay a finger on you. Come out, Beatrice! Are you happy now? As he stood guard in front of Jessica, who was using her inhaler and seemed to be in pain, Ganon yelled into the empty air. And when he did, the empty air did indeed laugh back, satisfied. Then, she showed herself, in her classic style. It wasn't in response to Canon's demands. It was obviously because appearing and sneering would bring them into more humiliation. And plus, it was more fun. Now everything fits to the plot. Now you're carp on the chopping board. No. Then we got a pair of you. Should I call it Doc with green onions? You, Beatrice. Please, stand back. I'll protect you, milady. When the princess and knight come together, it's inevitable that the witch will appear. Yes, why don't you show me how much power King's Furniture can muster? She snapped her fingers with a piercing sound. When she did, a blizzard of gold butterflies was stirred up, and they began to form a small mountain as they whirled around in a circle. It was just like the swirling of a cold, wintry wind that builds up a mountain of leaves. From that amount of gold, a hand sprouted, and it appeared as though a resident of the world below was crawling up from beneath the ground. The current scene. Yeah. What is this? What the hell is this? Jessica couldn't comprehend what she was seeing right now. Her mouth kept flapping open and closed. It was the light of wisdom, seen in those trying to understand something incomprehensible. Check this shit out. A thing crawling up was probably an attendant who served the witch. It appeared to be wearing a uniform suitable for one who served. But its face was wrong. It looked strange. It was covered with pitch black hair, breathed rotten breath, and its eyes were filled with the same strange subterranean glow as lava. I miss how utterly buff the goats are in the PS3 version. And to symbolize the non-human status, it had 2 horns. It has the figure of a goat-faced attendant who served the witch. The guy, yeah. You know, you might be right. We don't know. By now, Jessica had no idea what she should say. All this happening in front of her couldn't be explained with common sense. And she couldn't do anything except open and close her mouth. Roll goats. Jessica hadn't realized. She hadn't realized that this island has already been cut off from the rules of our world. But there were some things even she could understand. This goat attendant served the witch and was after her life. And apparently, the witch had already given it the order. She was looking at Canon with an expectant gaze. She looked at him with an expectant and therefore challenging gaze, as though asking him how he intended to protect this maiden. Though the attendant had looked especially bestial while crawling to its feet. You could see in the way it carried itself that it possessed more than enough grace to be worthy of serving the Golden Witch. And you could tell that it was overflowing with the joy of furniture wanting to meet its master's expectations. Well then, why don't you show me? Let's see the power of Ginso's furniture. This time, don't get the wrong idea, okay? Don't forget that you're furniture. Got it? If you try to continue playing the human even now, this won't be settled by your death alone. The goat attendant made what seemed to be a silent, respectful bow. Was it directed at its master, or was it offered to Canon, its opponents? Then, on the attendant's hands, a blade of wicked malice appeared. Oh shit! Its energy beam... What's it called? Energy sword... Saturday. Sunday now. What the hell is that? It's Master Chief, yeah! Yeah, it's Energy Sword Sunday, okay. Jessica had been unable to understand what was happening before her eyes for a while now. All she understood was that this glow in front of her existed for the purpose of ending her life. And right now, that was enough. Ganon spoke quietly to Jessica, who was hiding behind his back. "Milady, please stay back against the wall. Never let your back leap the wall." What? It's only right for the maiden to obediently hide behind the great knight's back. I do hope you enjoy the pleasure of having your life protected by a man. Now, Canon, let's have a look at your blade.
Oh, shit!
Beautiful. At least, when it comes to giving birth to furniture, Kizo might even reach up as far as my feet. A thing like this can't even be used to trim the roses. Kanon-kun, what's... I didn't want to show you. So you've taken it out. How does it feel to expose your subhumanity in front of the girl you care for? Be silent. Swordless, but no, he's swordful. Do you lack compose, even though you're really burning with wrath? Yes, they do say that truly hot flames burn a coal blue. Is that how you are now? There's no way I can kill you with my power. You are the moon. I could never smash the moon by throwing a rock. However, in order to manifest yourself, you have to reflect your image of the surface of the water. If you throw a rock at the surface of the water, you might be able to disturb the moon's image for some time. But that doesn't mean the moon has been smashed. So, until this life of mine is over, I'll keep on striking your reflection. I like it, Canon. Begin, furniture. I know this is gonna come as a shock to you guys. You can play as Canon in the fighting game. Oh. What a beautiful curve. The witch's words of admiration broke the silence. And for just an instant, they broke Jessica's paralysis. Am I dreaming? Oh yes. Come, furniture of the witch. I'll beat you down to hell you came from. Oh no. A strand of red had been left on Canon's cheek. The witch saw this and grinned broadly. Feel free to mutter excuses about how your instincts still haven't returned quite yet. Canon-kun, stay strong! It's okay. I won't die just yet. Oh, that was a cool zoom in. Oh no. Canon, no. The curbs run by the goat attendant's blade through a large arc in empty space. Canon wasn't there. He was behind it. Go back and await your master's return. Die. Nothing personal. If this battle of drawing sparkling curves was chess, Then Canon coming from behind was check. And press, and press, and press, and press. Use 7 moves, and make it mates. Perhaps the goat attendant hadn't even been granted the ability to go into the death throes. As its knees buckled and it fell over, it broke into a bunch of gold butterflies with a pop. So there was no sound of it hitting the ground. Even those unable to understand this battle would surely realize that Canon had been magnificent. So, it couldn't win against a handmade piece. It seems you aren't quite that pathetic. You're next, Beatrice. The instant Canon's blade sliced diagonally through the witch's form, like a knife through the butter. She turned gold and burst. She scattered into several thousand gold butterflies, and for just an instant, the room was filled with the color of twilight. It was just as Canon himself had said. Slicing Beatrice was just the same as slicing the surface of the water where the moon was reflected. The witch's form, with an ordinary expression on its face as though she'd been there the whole time, was right behind Canon. You provided quite an entertaining show. I respect for that. I thought about letting you off the hook, but your rudeness now has made me change my mind. Don't lie. I won't let you kill Milady. Even if that's impossible, I won't let you kill her while I still live. You can't even do that much. Do not speak, furniture. Be silent, furniture. Know your place, furniture. Canon isn't furniture. Huh? And what makes you think that? I don't need a reason. Canon-kun is Canon-kun. No, his real name's different, but a name doesn't make him furniture. Canon-kun has his own way of living. It's a noble thing, and it's something he gets to decide for himself. You say he can't have an opinion because he's furniture? That he can't live his own life because he's furniture? That's wrong. Milady, you mustn't provoke her. No, I gotta make this clear. Canon-kun isn't furniture. He's human. Why? Canon-kun rushed to save me on his own free will. And he stood in the path of a fearsome witch like you. He had so many chances to just let me go, but he didn't. Self-sacrifice is part of the noble spirit that only humans have. That means Canon's human, so take it back. Don't you call Canon-kun furniture again. Milady. Be silent, human. Let's end this quickly, since this is still just the second twilight after all. Now, I shall sacrifice the 2 who are close, who have acknowledged each other's dignity. Well then, arise. Forgive the sin, one of the 7 stakes of purgatory, lust. The witch summoned her furniture with a mixture of laughter and anger on her face. Asmodeus of Lust, hello. New guy just dropped. Right here. I've had enough of this farce. Quickly, execute the second twilight. Don't keep me waiting, got it? As you command. Another weirdo shown up. It took Canon less than an instant to understand. That goat face from a second ago had been nothing more than a pawn to the witch. However, this newly summoned furniture was a game piece with a vastly different value. Wow, I must be lucky to be given such a wonderful play. You scared? How cute! Come. Furniture of the witch, I won't be killed by you. You're acting pretty smart for a dunce who can't even follow me with his eyes. Here I go, okay? Hey, hey, what do you want it? What do you want me to pierce you? Answer me, cutie. I'll pierce you good wherever you want. Come on, answer me, cutie. Don't call me cute. Here I go, you dunce. Come on, try and follow me, you blind idiots. My lady. I couldn't follow it with my eyes, but my guess was spot on. Serves you right. Cannon's back had been the target, but Jessica had predicted it. She'd predicted that the witch's target would be the complete opposite of fair and honest, his back. But she had no way to block it. She hadn't planned on it being some act of self-sacrifice. She just couldn't think of any other way to protect Cannon's back. So she could do nothing but block it with her own back. The furniture of the witch, which had changed its form into a demon's stake, was buried deep into Jessica's back. It was an obviously fatal wound that reached as far as her lungs. When she saw this, the witch let out a loud, evil laugh. Because it had hit where the witch had predicted. Everything was as the witch had predicted. What's wrong, Cannon? Milady Jessica just got killed while you're still live, didn't she? Yes, that's it. That face. That look on your face is what I wanted to see. How truly enjoyable. That's enough. Die, make me laugh. Come, arise, forgive the sin. One of the 7 stakes of purgatory. Wrath. Satan of Wrath. Right here. This prey is yours. Eat him up right now and close the curtain on this stage. If you were a human, I'd say it's time for you to step down. But since you're furniture, maybe I should say it's time for the stage manager to carry you behind the stage. I am not furniture anymore. I won't doubt that again. Oh, what's this? You want to be killed by me again? Your chest, it's so warm and it feels so good to pierce it. Come on. Let me have another taste, okay? Won't you make me feel really good with that hot, fresh blood in the warm chest of yours? There was no way to block it. The sound of a woodpecker filled the entire room, and before he could blink, it was already right in the center of his chest. When you take a piece in chest, the rules say that it's impossible for your opponent's piece to defend itself. So this was an obvious result, in accordance with the rules. Cannon landed on his knees, and he apologized. Not to the witch, and not to Milady. He apologized to Jessica. I'm sorry. I couldn't protect you. Don't worry about it. You were really cool. Cannon finally fell over. He landed next to Jessica, and the two lay there like the constellation Gemini. You know, Cannon-kun, you aren't furniture anymore. Yes, I was too late in realizing that. I wanted to ask you, what your real name was. My real name is... In his last moments, Cannon wanted to tell her his real name. But Jessica had already fallen into a sleep from which she would never wake. So Cannon's real name, which he had protected until today, in the end, he couldn't tell it to Jessica. Became human. Those were the last words Cannon left behind. It's not just endless torture porn. There's energy source sometimes and cool fights. Don't make me laugh, furniture. Even after 100 years, furniture will still be furniture. Have you ever heard of anyone stupid enough to dig a grave for their furniture when they throw it away? You smash furniture to pieces and make firewood, so it's all that's left is ashes. That's how it is. Furniture gets no tombstone. It seems you believe death means an end to your humiliation, but that's naive. I'll show you what it really means to disgrace the dead. After taking a puff from her pipe, the witch breathed the smoke at Cannon's corpse. When she did, Cannon's corpse softly floating up into the air, and disappeared as though it had been eaten by a mouth in the empty space. The witch played dirty until the very end. The corpses of the pair who managed to understand each other in the end were not even permitted to be close. If someone had been watching, they would probably say mournfully, "So this is what you meant by disgracing the dead." However, Beatrice was far crueler than that. The reason for that would soon become apparent. What could she possibly do now? What could be crueler than just killing people? Oh, we're going back in time now. Okay. I see. So it has begun. Yes. Even though Ginso had received news of Six's death, his emotions did not wait. Oh, I guess this is what was happening simultaneously as the canon scene. As the canon and Jessica scene. The expression on his face as he gazed out the window was a smile, as though his opponent in the chess game had just made a spectacular move. It was hard to imagine that such an expression could ever appear on a father who had lost so many children at once. Let me check something. First, let me think. Second. Okay. Not yet confirmed. No changes yet. Golda and Kanon followed Rosa-sama's orders and went to call the police. After that, she ordered us to follow your orders, Master. What shall we do? This island has already been cut off from the real world. Mere phones will serve no purpose. Should I have them stop? Until their roulette is finished, what they do to pass the time is up to them. Let them do as they please. Yes, sir. What should we tell Rosa-sama? Didn't I say they should pass the time as they pleased? They can sing if they want, dance if they want. They're even free to hang themselves by the neck or jump into a boiling kettle. Until 13 people die, they can spend their time as they like. If that's too boring, then they can wonder about whether 6 times 9 equals 42 or something. What? I wonder if this is a reference to anything. I do not know if 6 times 9 is 42, but I do know that 9 plus 10 is 21. That's the answer to the mystery of humanity and the universe. Oh, it's a fucking reference to Hitchhikers, isn't it? Yes. My apologies. Yeah, 21. Let's go. Shannon cowered in front of the sudden rage. Genji made a gesture as though telling her not to speak out of turn. 42. That's actually 6 times 7. Oh, look at that. We have a smart person in chat. 21 is the new... Actually, 21 is the old 6-7 Croax. But you know, I'm a millennial, so of course I'm hanging on to the old joke instead of getting into the new one. Genji made a gesture as though telling her not to speak out of turn. Shannon couldn't help but regret saying too much. Even Shannon cannot girl boss her way out of Ginso interactions. That's why we hate Ginso. He won't let girls girl boss. However, you two are also free to do as you wish. Genji, and Shannon too. You have done well serving me until today, especially you, Shannon. You've been serving a lot of cards lately. Your words are too good for me. Quark. We said 69 too much and Gen C said -2. Pretty good, pretty good. That's a plus. That's like a plus 2,000 right there. Amazing. Incredible. We are furniture who have sworn to serve the master. We stand ready to serve you no matter the time. Till the very end. Jessica internally. Not me. Not me. Only you, Genji. Leave me out of this, Genji. I'm not furniture anymore. I didn't want to say anything, but... I want to tell you about everything. Shannon. I am going to write a will. I shall need you to transcribe for me. Please, Genji. My usual drink. Huh? Yes, sir. Nanjo often recommended that Kinso write a will because of his health. But each time Kinso had gone mad with rage. Ever since then, you'd think will would have been the word Kinso hated the most. I have a really good joke for this. I'm gonna have to screen cap this one. But I cannot share this joke with you. Just yet. After hearing such a word come from his lips, Shannon couldn't help downing her ears for an instant. Shannon hurriedly prepared the side of the table and some writing paper. Genji followed his orders and began preparing that usual green, evil drink. I'm ready. Where should I begin? Shall I also speak of my life? It would be fun to leave behind a record of my most memorable games. It can be truly amusing to read the records of all games from a centuries past. Oh, he's talking about chess. I was like, what the hell is he talking about? To journey in search of those players' thoughts. So, should the game record of my life lead those in the future to go on a journey in search for my thoughts? For a while, Kinso pondered over where he should begin, starting all over the room with his hands behind his back. Master. Here. Ah, Yes. Thank you, my friends. Well then, if I am to speak of my life, I must begin by writing of my meeting with that witch. Shannon, begin writing. My first meeting with Patricia took place a long way back. What year of the Showa era was it? Must have been at the end of the war, so... And then Shannon fell asleep because of how boring the story was. I guess we don't get to hear it. Too bad. We took enough time to regain our calm, and we each swore to our parents that we'd catch the culprits. It would be a lie to say we weren't still torn up. Even now, if we let our guards down just a little, we'd probably start going on a rampage just like Jessica, letting our emotions show with some kind of violence. According to what Goda-san said after he got back, right now, Ganon-kun was looking after Jessica. Apparently, she was still very emotionally high-strung. I see. Thank you. Maybe a young kid would be better at understanding a young kid's feelings. It would probably be better if we left them alone for now. Usa-san, there is nothing more to be gained by remaining here. The phones may not be working, but tomorrow the boat will come, and we should be able to reach the police. We should leave this place as is for the police's investigation. I agree with Dr. Nancho. Staying in a place like this for too long will be bad for your health. Let us return and make some black tea. Yeah, I agree with that. Adler-kun, George-kun, are you ready? Let's look up here. We ought to leave this place as it is anyway, for when the police come. You're right. Adler-kun, are you okay? Yeah. I've cried all I can. I'm fine now. The police would surely find some evidence during their thorough investigation. But we weren't adult enough to wait for that. I investigated the chapel in my own way, trying to grab the culprit before the police arrived. And what I figured out was absolutely nothing. Frustratingly, I wasn't able to find a single hint. The fucking stock market, battler stocks dropping like crazy, and it's like, it's that Tristy image again. Panic sell everything, it's fucking over. Come on, let's go out. Maria, we're going. Don't keep staring at it. Oh. Come, Maria-sama. Let us return. It's cold here. Father, Mother, thank you for everything. I will definitely become a man who doesn't betray your expectations. Except for the marriage part. George spoke his last words of farewell to his parents. They're seeing that battlers follow suit. Dad, Kiria-san. Just looking at their faces, it looked like they were sleeping. But that just made it even more painful. Forgive me for leaving you in a cold place like this. I'll definitely get whoever did this. No matter what. What is this? What a repulsive scribble. Did the culprit draw it? This is worse than vulgar. How horrible. When the door to the chapel was closed, we learned about the creepy scribble for the first time. When we first found this, it was already drawn here. It must have been made by the culprits. So, supposedly the culprit was a witch, and this is a magic circle to summon a demon or something? This is the 7th magic circle of the sun. Don't you even know that? Hey! Don't I always tell you not to make that creepy laugh? Maria, go on. What does it mean? It's a magic circle to escape from physical or mental bonds. And the part written about the circumference says, The Lord has freed me from my chains. I will offer you the sacrifice of thanksgiving, and will call on the name of the Lord in Hebrew. Sacrifice and thanksgiving? So they kill Father and the rest to use them as human sacrifices for this magic circle? Calm down, George Cohn. This is the culprit trying to provoke us. I'm sure it doesn't mean anything. Thinking about it will only poison the hearts. And looks like there's some English written here. Happy Halloween for Maria. I get it. And the key to open this door was handed over to Maria. Is that what's going on? Well, this is the chapel after all. Maybe Maria doesn't mean Maria-chan, but Virgin Mary. Yeah, sure, George. In any case, you could read this as a blasphemy against God in the name of Halloween. They say witches who make contracts with demons swear to defile God's name at all times. In that sense, this really is a witch-like crime. Sounds like you know a lot about it. Did you get that from Maria? Yeah, something like that. The chapel, huh? They went to all the trouble of calling them out here and killing them. And Prosa. Does this chapel have some special meaning? What do you mean, a special meaning? Someone carried 6 human corpses all the way over here and set these elaborate decorations. We can't tell if she called the 6 of them over here before killing them, or if she killed them before carrying them over here. But either way, it took a lot of effort. Why did the culprit want 6 people to die here? True. Another screen cap, don't mind me. By doing something that elaborate, there would be an extremely high chance of some disadvantageous evidence being found when the police arrive. It is inconceivable that the culprit would fail to realize this. The issue now is why the culprit went to all that efforts. And that leads us to just one question. What meaning is there to this place, where we found the 6 corpses? This chapel was important to Father. Ever since I was a kid, I was given strict instructions never to enter it. Oh. I came here once too and got in lots of trouble. Oh. An important chapel? Do they have some connection to the Yoshinomiya head family? I don't know. Father viewed this chapel as very sacred and he treasured it so much that he had it redecorated several times. But as everyone knows, Father wasn't a devout believer, as his passion for black magic demonstrates. I've never heard of him coming here to offer his prayers to God. As far as I know, the Master has never come here. We even called this the Sealed Chapel, and I found it eerie, like a haunted house. Even though Father even never approached it himself. For some reason, he made the servants give it a major cleaning several times a year. It felt like he kept it clean all the time so that it could be used at any moment. And even so, it's called a sealed chapel. Maybe it's indiscreet to say this, but doesn't that sound pretty cool? Dr. Nanjo, you're an old friend of Grandfather's, right? Have you heard anything about it? I did ask about it once long ago, but I forget exactly how he dodged my question. That's right, I believe he said something like, someday, perhaps I too will be able to receive a blessing there. But unless a miracle occurs, that day will never come. What does that mean? What do we do in a chapel? He couldn't mean his own funeral, right? I wouldn't believe that of Kinzo-san. He was a man of much more focus on the living now than matters occurring after death. Though this does seem to be the root cause of the current inheritance problem. And what would you do in a chapel? Pray? And confessions done in a chapel too? Anyway, it sounds suspicious. I don't know the reason, but just as Dr. Nanjo said in Grandfather's eyes, all this about not being blessed unless a miracle occurred was set in stone as far back as this chapel's construction. How do you know that? See, it's clearly written over there. Look, right there. George Aniki pointed to a relief with rusted gold letters on the arch above the door. It looked like some message had been written there in English. The rust made it clear that the message had been there ever since the chapel's construction. I'm not that good with English. What is it? Oh, no, this is, probably Battler. I'm not that good with English. What is it? This door is opened. Only at probability of... Hmm? Sorry, my English sucks. I gave up after failing to finish even the first of the two lines. Okay, the first person was Rosa, the second person was Battler. Got it. It looked like the others could read properly. I think it went by NBTQ. So, how many did that mean? I think, Anyway, this is incredible. Setting up all the fingers on both hands doesn't even get you close. It really wouldn't be possible against a miracle, unless a miracle occurred. Certainly. It's quite reminiscent of the old Kinzo-san who loved using gambling as a metaphor, whenever he got the chance. Hey, come on, can anyone read it? Someone tell me what it means too. You gotta at least learn English. How do you get into high school without even being able to read this much? Ah! Ah! Mind your own business. So, what's written there? Simply put, it means something like this. Unless a miracle occurs, this door will never be opened. Unless a miracle occurs, you will never be blessed. Grandfather's magic is based on astronomically low probabilities. In other words, a miracle for opening this door would probably require an incredibly vast amount of magical power. Ow! Nice job. You can shut up now. Rosathon, did you have Maria take English classes? Looks like it's useless to try and learn English unless you start when you're young after all. The sealed chapel, huh? Setting aside whether she was a witch or not, it's rumored that Beatrice actually existed several decades ago. And was grandfather's mistress. This is, just my imagination, but perhaps the master truly did love Beatrice-sama. However, he was already married, so they couldn't be united. I see. If Beatrice was dead and could be revived with the magic of a miracle, then now that grandmother's dead, he could marry her openly. If they married in this chapel, you might even end up with a pretty fairy tale-like story, right? I don't think that story is preposterous. It's a well-known fact that... Oh, this is Rosa. I don't think that story is preposterous. It's still a well-known fact that father still loves Beatrice deeply. Also, even though I said I found it creepy, I seem to remember that the interior of the chapel was quite magnificent. The thought that father built this chapel in the hopes of having a wedding with his dead mistress might not be that unlikely. By the time he built this chapel, grandfather probably knew that he would never use it as a church as long as he lived. But he prayed for the witch to be revived by some miracle. And he thought that if that miracle occurred, it could be married here. I see. If you think of it that way, this could be a place of utmost significance to Beatrice-sama as well. Even though he knew the chapel would never be opened. The story of tragic love. Even though Goda-san was even bigger than me, his words were touching. Everyone was silent, but it seemed that they agreed with that view. Even though he knew it was a chapel, never to be opened, he still probably dreamed of the day that a miracle would occur. Kinso-san was quite romantic in his younger days. I think I understand how he felt. I wonder. Then again, everyone went in it 4 times a year to clean, right? So much for it being the sealed chapel. Didn't we just go in ourselves? That wasn't a miracle or anything. We bought the key, click, and we're in. That's all. This is ridiculous. Huh? What? And what does that mean? What are you talking about? As far as I could tell, I'd just been joking around. Find myself a bit irritated by the sob story this was turning into. But then Aunt Rosa suddenly jumped on me, with a really serious face. Aunt Rosa's face grew increasingly pale. She looked at the magic circle on the door, and then at her hands. Back and forth. Back and forth. What's the matter, Rosa-sama? Hey, Goda-san, the key to this chapel. Didn't Genji-san say it? He said there was only one. Huh? Took you all way too long to figure it out. When a kid pulls a prank, it sometimes goes unnoticed by the adults. And the kid who did it gets all disappointed. If such a prank then gets sprung on someone much later, it can really make a kid stay. Maria's celebration just now looked a lot like that. Yes, that's right. There's only one of those keys. It's the key to the Master's Treasure Chapel, so there's only one, with no duplicates. It is normally kept safe in the key box in the servant room, but... That's right. Genji-san said it has gone missing. So someone stole it, put it in the envelope, and handed it to Maria? And they did it yesterday? What the... So in other words... Isn't that strange? That's absurd. This is getting bizarre. What do you mean? Now let me run it back a little bit. Okay. I don't have a clue what you're talking about. Me neither. Could you explain it for us? Goda and Nanjo's failure to understand definitely wasn't because they were stupid. They didn't know. They didn't know how long the only key to the chapel had been in Maria's possession. There's no mistake. It was locked up. I unlocked it. There's no doubt. Aunt Rosa kept closing the door, locking it, pulling on it to check the lock, and opening it again. Her face was becoming pale again. Until I took the key out of Maria's envelope and opened this door, it was definitely locked. But this key was in an envelope placed in Maria's care. That happened yesterday before noon. What did you say? Well, that doesn't make any sense. You're right. Maria received the one-of-a-kind key from a woman calling herself a witch midday yesterday. In other words, from midnight yesterday until this morning, when Rosa-san unlocked the door, this chapel was a closed room. A closed room murder, huh? How'd they get those 6 people in here, and then how did they kill them? The deaths of 6 people had shaken us badly. When we learned about that weird magic circle and the history of the chapel, we felt as though we'd figured at least part of the puzzle out. But that was all absolutely trivial. From midnight yesterday until this morning, this chapel was a closed room. But our parents were with us until last night. How did the culprit get into this building? And how did they lock it up again? What are you trying to pull? Again? A closed room again? Is why I stopped going to church. Hello, Kenster. Are you trying to say you unlocked it with the power of magic? Don't take me for a fool. If you're demanding that I show you how to open locks with my power, I wouldn't mind. But that wouldn't be the same as me forcing you to surrender. You keep trying to explain it all with humans. Only when I've cornered all your theories completely will I have my victory. That is correct. And no, it is the follow sound, not the sub sounds. This is the full version of the follow song. Ryukishi heard my follow alerts and commissioned a full version of the song. Come now, how will you undermine my defenses? What trick could a human have used to defeat them, It's just like a closed room last time. Not enough information. It's impossible to reason like this. Any excuse could be made, any trick could work. There's no way to reason it out. Huh. That again? There's not enough information, so you'll wait and see? Your information is uncertain, so it's impossible to use your reasoning? This is, as always, the excuse you humans use to let yourself stop thinking. Who do you think you are, lowly human? Are you saying you can't even think against unless you're like Laplace's demon, you incompetent fool? Besides, you make it seem like a lack of information works against you. But it's the other way around, you see? The more information you're given, the more it will make you suffer. It'll only increase the strength of the compressor that's squeezing you. Oh. In that case, let me say this. It's impossible to verify that this is a closed room in the first place. If we're already talking about demons, I can play that game too. It'd be possible to prove that this isn't a closed room. Just show how someone could have gone in or out, and you're done. But it's impossible to prove that this is a closed room. You could never deny the endless set of possible methods for getting in. In other words, this is one of those devil's proofs. This concept of a closed room is actually something that can never be proved. So, first you stopped thinking with a lack of information as an excuse, and now this. Very well. If that is your move, then I will accept it. Continue. First off, it looks like you're trying to claim that the chapel is a closed room. Just a short while ago, I spent some time looking around in there, and I couldn't find any way in or out, except for the door. But that just means I couldn't find one. It doesn't prove it was a closed room. If there's a hidden door or something that I wasn't able to find, your premise wouldn't be blown away completely. In other words, whether I managed to find a hidden door or not, you'll never be able to deny that there existed some method X that led you into the closed room. And this method X would be something that could be carried out without magic. After all, it's a hidden door. I'm sure that in this chapel there's some hidden door that's impossible to find. That's why there's no reason for me to reason it out, and magic is still impossible. Ho ho! So you'll use that logic. How naive. Unexpected move. Let me make my move in response. These closed rooms used in detective novels made by mere humans always seem utterly ridiculous to me. Why? Because they're used the wrong way. When a closed room appears in a detective novel, do you really think it's a closed room? You don't, do you? What trick did they use to make this look like a closed room? That's what you think. In other words, there hasn't been a completed closed room in any of the closed room murders that humans have built over the last century. Oh! Better not say that unless you want to face the wrath of the mystery fans. Christie's probably grinding her teeth in her grave. By the way, Agatha Christie, she's the one who wrote And Then There Were None, which is one of the biggest inspirations for this visual novel. But I'm different. I've given birth to a true closed room, and I can demonstrate it. Can I? I don't know if I can. Let me check. Oh yeah, there you go. There you go. Why? Because I am a witch. For the devil's proof, you only have to bring someone a demon to prove that they exist, correct? Well, I conveniently happen to be a witch, meaning that demons are my good friends. And I can bring you as many of them as you like. Sounds great. Dad and the rest used the hidden door to enter the chapel or were carried in through it. How do you plan to beat that move? With this? Regardless of whether they were alive or dead, the six definitely entered through the door. Huh? Dumbass. The door was locked, so how'd they do it? I opened it with magic and invited them inside. Can't be true. Since I can't accept magic, there's no way I'll accept that. You're lying. The door can be opened with some trick. Or maybe there's a hidden door, but I won't accept any other way. Perpetual check. That's what we call an endless repetition of moves in chess. It's the same endless repetition as a discussion that won't advance because both sides deny the basis of each other's claims. Like our game. In most games, this would be resolved as a draw. But that would put a terrible damper on our fun. We will have no draws. You will accept me and submit to me, or you will deny me. At least I agree with you there. We'll settle this without fail, just as you wish. I like that attitude. So, I had a thought. I think I'll add a new rule to this game between the two of us. A new rule? I'll bet it's something that'll give you an advantage, right? Of course not. I'll give you the thing people like you always demand. The reason you always stop thinking and then moan about it is a lack of information. And if you are then given information, you start doubting whether the information is true or not by rejecting the source. Isn't that convenient? What clever little words to hide your own incompetence. I'm offering to eliminate that convenient excuse of yours. You should thank me. You said they entered the door and I said that couldn't happen. Are you calling that an evasive answer? Exactly. So from now on, when I speak the truth, I will use red. Let's fucking go. Congratulations, you now understand like 70% of the Umineko memes. Your third eye has opened. What is this? Keep explaining. No matter what magical move I used, you can always keep running away by chanting lack of information and rejecting the source. Even though I would still win in the end that way, it would be extremely boring. Because of that, I'd be happy to give you the information and the sources you so desire. However, you'll probably doubt each word I say. That isn't bad in itself. I also will use every possible move to make you submit. I don't dislike our posture of searching out our best moves for our own goals. But that won't make a game. So I set up this rule. Everything I speak in red is the truth. There is absolutely no need to doubt it. Are you telling me to believe that? This is a game between you and me. In a game, the rules are sacred. Those who take that lightly are not qualified to play. Okay, I get you. I'll accept that rule. Even an elementary school kid can get into an endless argument and find fault with everything. Let's start up again, continuing where we left off. I'll say it one more time. Dad and the rest used a hidden door to enter the chapel or were carried in through it. Then I shall repeat what I said. Regardless of whether they were alive or dead, the 6 definitely entered through the door. What? I am not familiar with this. Is there any proof? Stop. I will supplement the rule. When I speak the truth, I will use red. And when I do, I will not bear the responsibility of establishing that claim by showing proof. They will simply be facts and the truth. My reason is simple. The sound effect is so good. I carried out all the crimes with magic. So for any impossible crime, all I have to do is wave my magic staff and show you how it's done. Oh, I see. But that wouldn't make a game. It would be as barbaric as ignoring victory and defeat in a chess match and punching your opponent in the face. Well, that makes sense. Since you're a witch, there's no need for you to show evidence for what happens. Since you can do anything with magic. Damn it. Talk about an unfair game. So, shall we resume once more? The channel for me. Oh, that would be good. Like, I have a redeem that's like, you have to say a fun fact. No, actually, no. You just have to say a fact. And it has to be factual. And if you say something that's not real, you get banned. Well, you get timed out. So you cannot say lies. What a fucking strange redeem. You're asking permission to tell the truth. But you know, you can take it both ways. Because it can mean that anything that is not said in that redeem could be a lie. So, shall we resume once more? The 6 definitely entered through the door. I unlocked it with magic. How will you get around this magic? This closed room. True. Highlight my message, but with more stuff. Yeah. The key. Genji-san and the others said there was only one key, but that's impossible to prove. Culprit secretly made a duplicate key. Only one key to the chapel exists? Then what about this? The culprit made something other than a legitimate key and opened it. I don't know what, but maybe a wire. A tool for picking locks. What is this naive move? It is impossible to unlock the lock to the chapel with anything but the chapel's key. Although it can be opened with the power of magic, right? Then what about this? There's something wrong with the door itself. There was some way to pass through it even while it was locked. As to what that is, I can think of a few ways. Maybe it's like those big doors in the castle that have a smaller door in them. It's also possible that they removed the hinges. And removed the whole door before entering. Is this the best the century of human wisdom can manage, Battler? When the door to the chapel is locked, it prevents any and all methods of entry or exit. Assuming you can't use magic. Right? Is it about time for checkmates? Not even close. You said those 6 people entered through a door. But you didn't say it was the front door. They might have entered through another door, a secret one. You talk too much, you incompetent fool. Then, let me expand on my earlier move. The 6 definitely entered through this front door. That's screwed up. The door was locked. It was impossible to unlock without using that single key, and yet 6 people entered through it? How? With magic, you say? Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Are we already seeing the limits of what humanity can manage? Then shout that you resign. When one admits defeat, it's customary to shout it out and knock over their own king. So, do you resign? Then announce your surrender and knock your king over by kneeling. Then you may kiss my shoes. There could be no greater joy than forcing a man like you to lick my shoes. Damn it. It's useless. Useless. So I can't win against the witch. This isn't chess at all. I've just been made to take the losing side in a chess puzzle. Is quibbling about details and getting a draw the best I can manage? That's the one thing that'll never happen. Either I will surrender or you will. There can be no other resolution. What happened to that bravery you displayed when you said this would be torture for us both? Hey, hey, hey! What a disappointment, what a total letdown. Wouldn't you say, Ushiromiya Battler? Damn it, what should I do? What should I do? I can see it. I can see the place where I'll face checkmate. It's useless, it's all useless. All my hard-fought moves that have been nothing more than me desperately moving my king around. Run away from check. No matter how many times I move, I can't escape from check. So, even without waiting for the next several moves, I can see checkmate in my future. Ah! Damn it! After a few more moves, I can see where I'll face checkmate? Don't give up, Ushiromiya Battler. If I can see myself getting closed in upon, Then if I spin the chessboard around, I should be able to anticipate her next move, right? Remember what Kiria-san said. When you're thinking about something, and the closer you get to the very end, the easier it becomes to anticipate. Spin it around. Spin the chessboard around. What happened? You fell silent all of a sudden. Fear not. Surrender is but a momentary shame. After that, all that remains is the joy of trusting your fate entirely to the hands of your new master. Come on, cry out in resignation. I can't hear you. Speak up and say it clearly. Enough babbling. You're just refusing to listen. So I'll say it once more. I won't resign. Continue. Resume the game. Oh? Very well. It is your turn after all. I made the mistake of thinking this rule you made was your own weapon. However, I've realized that it can also become a weapon for me. It all comes down to this. Please do give it a try. I've been focusing all this time on how they entered in the closed room of the chapel. That approach was useless. It's useless. It's all useless. Spin the chessboard around. That's right. I was thinking about it backwards. This is how I should approach it. How was the chapel, which wasn't a closed room in the first place, made to look like a closed room? Here it comes. A thinking technique humans gave birth to over the course of a century. Give it a try. Say this in red for me. If you can't, then refuse. Here I go. Does this man intend to reverse his defensive posture? Impudence. I get that the only way to enter the chapel is through the door, and that there's only one key. But wait. The question is whether that key really was handed over to Maria yesterday before noon. My, but you're dragging this on. Do try and get to the point. It's something like this. We've been under the impression that the key's been unusable since midday yesterday. So we've assumed that this was a closed room from midday yesterday until this morning. I want to hear you say that this impression of ours is a solid fact. Interesting. So you turn your reasoning not to the door, but to the key. Yesterday, Maria received an envelope from you. She didn't open it, but she might have felt it and known there was a key inside. But it's not like she'd been able to confirm absolutely that it was the key to the chapel. Here's what I'm getting at. The thing inside of the envelope given to Maria was a fake. If you think about what you're saying, it's ridiculous. This morning, Rosa definitely took an envelope out of Maria's handbag, and from that obtained the genuine key to the chapel. It wasn't a fake, as you suggest. I know that much. I'll continue. In that case, when Maria first received the envelope, the thing inside it was definitely that same key to the chapel, right? Oh. See what I'm getting at? Midday yesterday, you gave Maria an envelope with a key inside, and you told her that she mustn't open it. Maria probably realized it had a key inside. Later on, Aunt Rosa used the thing inside the envelope to open the door to the chapel. And that's why we assumed it was the key to the chapel all along. This is the suspicious part. So is this what you're trying to say? Like when I entrusted Maria with a key, that key was a fake? And then, by the time Rosa obtained it, it had been switched with the real thing. Yeah, that's it. What's wrong, Beatrice-sama? You've been looking a bit pale for a while now, huh? Those close to me sometimes call me Beato. Or as the Americans would say, Beato. Beato will do. It's your turn, Beato. The turn of the Golden Wick. Let's see you dodge this. Beato. Very well. The key to the chapel truly was the object inside the envelope I gave Maria. I'll move forward. Can you repeat it in red? That envelope was completely under Maria's supervision until Aunt Rosa opened it. If you can't say it, then say you refuse. Check. I refuse. I've spun it all around with just one move. Now it's your king on the wrong, Beato. I have a reason for refusing. In regards to the definition of the phrase, under her supervision. In its purest meaning, Maria wouldn't need to have her eyes on it around the clock for that to be true. But Maria didn't go that far. It may have been completely under her supervision when she took it out of her handbag, but after she put it inside, it disappeared from her field of vision. In that sense, the phrase under her supervision would be inappropriate. So I couldn't use the red. Nothing more. I'll bet that move hurts. And your face tell me you've guessed the next one. Sorry. I'm kind to women. I don't hurt them. And I never betray a woman's expectations. Oh my god, guys. It's one of the three things that said that Beatrice said hurts a woman to betray their expectations. It's time for you to repeat it in red. If you think you can. No one was able to touch Maria's handbag until Aunt Rosa took out the envelope. I will also refuse this one. I won't explain the reason.
This does not look good.
That's wrong. It's not that you won't explain it. It's that you can't explain it.
Good.
That move gives us checkmate, doesn't it? If you can't do it, then I'll explain. The key to the chapel really was in the envelope you handed to Maria. Then Maria put it in her handbag, and the next morning, Aunt Rosa took it out and opened the lock. However, Maria didn't have the handbag under her complete supervision. There's no need for magic. It's a closed room trick that's possible for a human. The human culprit handed Maria the key, and by making Aunt Rosa use it the next morning, they created the illusion that there was a closed room during that time. You can't deny the possibility that during that time, the culprit took the key from Maria's handbag, used it, and returned it by morning. Can you say it in red? Repeat it. If you can't say it, then say it. It's check again. Not yet. I removed the check. The envelope with the key in it should have been sealed with wax. Rosa took it from an unopened envelope. Really? And try saying it. Repeat it. The envelope handing over midday yesterday and one Aunt Rosa opened are the same thing. That I can't repeat. The envelope handed over to Maria and the one Rosa opened are the same thing. Huh. It's useless. It's all useless. That doesn't even matter anymore. I expected more from you. I figured that if you were a bit better at reading between the lines, you'd resign right there. So I'm disappointed. You betray my expectations. What? Who cares if the envelopes were the same? Envelopes can be sealed with wax over and over. The key inside is what's important. This time it's all over, Golden Witch. It's a real checkmate. I'll say it one more time. Repeat it. If you can say it, try saying it. The key to the chapel inside the envelope Maria received wasn't used even once until Aunt Rosa opened the envelope. How? How could I? Against a lowly human? I'll keep on saying it, Beatrice. Repeat it. The key to the chapel inside the envelope Maria received wasn't even used once until Aunt Rosa opened the envelope. Ah! If you're gonna yell, then say you resign. This settles it. This is the truth. Before Aunt Rosa obtained Maria's key this morning, at one point, it passed to someone else's hand. Then they used it, resealed it, and returned it to Maria's handbag, making it look like it hadn't been used. This is a trick with a cheap loophole. The assumption that the key wasn't used because the sealing wax wasn't opened. Checkmate. There's no magic, and it's nothing more than a trick that's possible for humans. In that case, who do you say stole the key? Try answering. This time you try repeating it. Right, I'm making you repeat things all the time. Probably have to answer every once in a while. But I refuse. My condition for victory is denying a witch's existence. I'll prove that this impossible crime done with your magic was actually possible by human hands. I've smashed your clothes room with something possible even for humans. However, I won't specifically investigate who the culprit is. Because I believe in humans. Because I definitely won't accept that there's a person among us who would steal the key from Maria, use it, and do something so horrible. I give up. I resign. Phoenix writes saying an incredibly awesome statement. Where's the evidence? I will not give any evidence. and it's just like, fuck. Well, I can't do anything about it, I guess. Not guilty. Just once, for this skirmish, I'll give up. But, you're really naive, Battler. Parting remarks are a loser's privilege. Say as many as you like. Ugh. Since you can continue to deny my existence, you will eventually be cornered. After all, since you deny me, you will have to suspect those relatives that you can't stop loving. In the last moment, when you have to suspect one who is beloved to you, then you will surely accept my existence. True, you have defeated me in this skirmish alone. However, that naive logic will definitely destroy you. You can't win against me after all. Ushiromiya Battler. If he percentage of orange Mazin cards. And that's it, yeah. Okay, we're gonna call it here. That's a good place to stop. Sorry I can't end every single stream with child abuse. The story simply does not lend itself to that. That he lost like Rudolph and Kinsella, yeah. I mean, he likes George, he likes Jessica. He likes Maria sometimes. I think he likes Aunt Eva. Tormenting my girlfriend as he struggles to figure out. Oh, she's doing that too, huh? She's playing along with the class. So I hope this was a very, very enlightening experience. Because a lot of truths were revealed. Literally. In tonight's stream. First of all, we got the red truths now. Secondly, we got... What was the other one? Well, the fact that we know now for a fact that there's a meta layer. We kind of got a hint of that last time. But now we know it for sure. And now we fully established the main thing about this story that hadn't been established before. This is a mystery, and you are supposed to be trying to solve it. And Beatrice personally was chastising you if you weren't trying to all this time. Like what? Just because there was no evidence, because nothing seemed reliable, because we were constantly changing narration styles, you thought you didn't have to solve it? No, you had to be trying to solve it. Why did you stop thinking? Oh, and just to make something clear, because the story doesn't make it clear until way later. Episode 1 and episode 2, and I suppose, yeah, episode 1 and episode 2 do not necessarily share the same culprit. So you don't have to go with that logic. So you don't have to make something that, oh, it needs to match both episodes. They are unrelated in that sense. They're two completely different scenarios. Like, yeah, it's the same characters. They all have the same backstories, and they have, like, the same stuff going on before the story begins, but the actual mystery is different. So you also need to consider that. It is actually good, because it makes it easier to solve in a sense. Okay, so let's find... Let's find ourselves now. Let's find somebody to raid. Now, what could this be? Hang on. I am looking at the awesome thing here. Thanks for the truth. Well, I didn't say anything in red. I didn't say anything in red. The hell is this? Okay. Sure, we can raid here. Right. The pieces are always set in the same place. But every game is played differently. All the pieces always do the same thing. They do not just learn new moves. And I won't say anything else because you just have to see it for yourself. There we go. Marrying the right person? Yes. Okay. This is the one fucking user that I've rated incorrectly. I've rated the wrong person, so I really need to make sure I'm not fucking it up. I hope everyone has a good rest of the... No, actually, beginning of the week. I'll see you Monday with more of the Suffering Nexus that is SMT. And hopefully we'll do something. We'll kill a boss, maybe. Until then, take care. Good night. Merry Christmas and to all a good night. Bye!